Chapter 1. In the pure white space, a woman wearing a complicated dress stood with her eyes closed. Her face was almost perfect, as if it was carved from jade. Her expression was serious. Not far in front of her, there was a ball of light the size of an adult's head. After an unknown amount of time, the woman's eyelids trembled slightly and she slowly opened her eyes. At first, she was a bit confused, as if she couldn't get used to the huge amount of information that suddenly appeared in her mind, but she quickly became clear. The ball of white light had been silently floating not far in front of her. Seeing her like this, its body suddenly flashed and it actually spoke in a human voice. "Hello, host number 1. I am your partner. You can call me the guide or the system." The woman called number 1 nodded and called out, "System." The 2 words saved a lot of trouble. She had already finished absorbing the information in her mind. At this time, she naturally understood what kind of existence was in front of her and what her mission was. "So my mission is to go to each mission world and become the original female lead. I have to suppress all the supporting female characters who want to replace the female lead as the Destiny's daughter so that the female lead can smoothly complete her originally glorious life." The system's light seemed to flash brighter. "That's right. Now, those supporting female characters who came out of nowhere want to replace the female lead as cannon fodder. They don't know that every world's main character has been approved by the world's laws. Forcefully stripping the Destiny's daughter will only disturb the world's laws and cause the world to become unstable. The consequences can't be seen in a short period of time, but as time passes, the various natural disasters in the world will only be minor. Serious disasters can cause the entire world to collapse. Number 1, your purpose in being created is to protect the female lead's destiny and maintain the stability of the world." The woman nodded and suddenly asked, "The memories in my mind, are they real?" In the memories, she became a woman called Gu Xingyin. She should have lived a life of honor and wealth, but in the end, everything was taken away by an outsider and she died miserably. Even if she had a strong heart, she couldn't stop the hatred and killing intent in her heart. The system replied, "That was an illusory world. I only brought your consciousness into the body of the world's female lead, Gu Xingyin, and experienced a life with her. You are Gu Xingyin, but you are also not Gu Xingyin." The system said, "Number 1 is just a code name. The host can give himself a name." The woman thought for a moment. "I like the name Gu Xingyin very much. Let's go with that." A white light flashed across the system's body. "All right, I have transferred all the information into your mind. If there are no more questions, we can begin the mission immediately." Number 1, no, Gu Xingyin nodded. Her smile was a little cold, and she raised her eyebrows. Coupled with her perfect face, she looked even more alluring. "Of course, that's not a problem. It just so happens that I'm also very curious about those people who want to get rid of the female lead." After all, she was still carrying the memories of Gu Xingyin, so she was inevitably affected. She had a kind of rejection and disgust towards those outsiders from the bottom of her heart. The system felt an inexplicable chill. It suddenly wanted to light a candle for those outsiders who were about to face Gu Xingyin. This host didn't seem to be easy to deal with. But then again, after all, she was personally created by that person, prepared to enter the world. 3, 2, 1, Gu Xingyin only felt a wave of dizziness before she lost consciousness. Chapter 2. Princess, the wind is strong here. Your body has just recovered a bit. How about this servant serve you back to rest? A green-clothed servant girl looked earnestly at the girl who was leaning against the railing and looking at the mandarin ducks in the pond. The girl was wearing a snow-white cloak embroidered with silver patterns under the warm spring sun. Her entire body was wrapped tightly from top to bottom. When she heard the voice, she turned her head. Her clothes rubbed against each other, revealing the scarlet palace dress underneath. Following her movements, the large flowers embroidered on the dress seemed to bloom. Gu Xingyin smiled. She wasn't here just to feel the wind, but to wait for the female supporting character of this story to apologize. That's right, the princess that the servant girl spoke of was Gu Xingyin, who had come to complete the first mission. The original female protagonist Jiang Lingzhen's father was the Tianqi dynasty's war god great general. Her mother was the emperor's only sister, Wen City's princess royal. As the only legitimate daughter of the two, Princess Langhua, Jiang Lingzhen, not only had a noble status, but she was also a rare beauty. Moreover, she was engaged to the empress's son, the second prince. According to the plot's development, the second prince, as the emperor's legitimate son, was now the crown prince. Jiang Lingzhen would also become the most noble woman in the Tianqi dynasty. However, the crown prince took a fancy to her stepsister, Jiang Yunshan. Jiang Yunshan was the product of the great general's drunken behavior. Her mother was the great general's servant girl. After discovering that she was pregnant, she kept it a secret until Jiang Yunshan was born. After discovering this, the great general was furious and ordered Jiang Yunshan's mother to commit suicide. The princess royal pitied the innocent child and had someone raise her in the palace, making her an awkward concubine's daughter. The original Jiang Yunshan was weak and timid. After reaching marriageable age, the princess royal decided to marry her off to a small official and lived an ordinary life. However, the transmigrated girl was unwilling to live an ordinary life. She deliberately seduced the crown prince, the second prince, and the two secretly had an affair. In the end, after the crown prince ascended the throne, he was apprehensive of the Jiang family's power. He used the excuse of immorality to depose the original princess Langhua and sent people to assassinate the great general. He also used a groundless crime to send the entire Jiang family to the border. Even the princess royal of Wen City was imprisoned in the princess royal's residence and died of depression. As for the original female lead, she was humiliated again and again by Jiang Yunshan, who was the favored concubine. Unable to bear the humiliation, she committed suicide. When Gu Xingyin first learned about what had happened to the female lead of this world, her mind went blank for a moment. Too similar. This Jiang Lingzhen and Gu Xingyin had the same noble status. They both met Bao Xinglong and ended up in the same miserable state. The system told her the answer: I chose this world on purpose. You have Gu Xingyin's memories, so it should be easier to complete the mission if you choose a place that you are familiar with in the first world. Gu Xingyin was sitting there, waiting for the original supporting female lead, Jiang Yunshan, to take the bait. 3 days ago, when the original Jiang Lingzhen was playing in the temple fair, she was accidentally bumped by someone and fell down. She hit her head and fainted. The one who woke up was Gu Xingyin. At that time, there were so many people at the temple fair that no one knew how Jiang Lingzhen fell down. Although the great elder princess was angry, she just sent a group of servants to vent her anger. However, at this time, Jiang Yunshan, who had been replaced by the transmigrated girl, ran over to show her sisterly affection. Gu Xingyin, who knew that the culprit of Jiang Lingzhen's fall was Jiang Yunshan, said that she would definitely repay her kindness. Chapter 3. Your Grace, Second Miss is here to visit you. Another maidservant, Hu Zhu, who had been waiting outside the pavilion, came up to report. Gu Xingyin secretly thought, she really came. From a distance, she saw a graceful white figure walking towards her. She is really a little beauty. Gu Xingyin secretly praised her. Jiang Yunshan had willow-shaped eyebrows, almond-shaped eyes, and a face like a hibiscus. She looked delicate and timid. She was indeed a woman who could easily attract men's affection. In contrast, although Jiang Lingzhen was beautiful, she looked like her mother, great elder princess of Wen City. Her phoenix-like eyes were cold and her brows were dignified. Because of her noble status, she had cultivated an inviolable aura since she was a child. She lacked the weakness of a girl. Before Jiang Yunshan could reach Jiang Lingzhen, the tears in her eyes began to fall. Jiang Lingzhen clicked his tongue in amazement as he watched. Younger sister is here to apologize to elder sister. If I had been a little more careful that day, or advised elder sister not to go to that crowded place, perhaps elder sister would not have suffered so much. Jiang Yunshan's face was filled with remorse. Gu Xingyin sneered. It sounded like she cared about Jiang Lingzhen, but in fact, she implied that it was Jiang Lingzhen who insisted on going to the crowded place. She couldn't blame others if she fell down. Jiang Yunshan never made waves without wind. Today, she purposely acted like this. She must be doing it for someone to see. Gu Shengyin looked at Jiang Yunshan coldly. She just sat still and didn't say anything. Don't you want to act? I'll let you act as much as you want. Jiang Yunshan originally just came here to pretend. She didn't expect that Jiang Lingjun would really ignore her. Jiang Yunshan glared at Jiang Lingjun with resentment. She accidentally glanced at the red dress on Jiang Lingjun and was jealous for a moment. That was this year's tribute, flowing light brocade. Except for the Empress and Empress Dowager's palace, only Great Elder Princess got one. At this moment, Jiang Lingjun was wearing it. She had already acted, so she couldn't give up halfway. She had to work hard to wipe her eyes. Her poor pair of eyes were rubbed red. It was really red and swollen. When Jiang Yunshan almost couldn't bear it anymore, the person she was waiting for finally appeared. What's going on? A young man's voice sounded. The owner of the voice was wearing a jade crown on his head. His white robe was spotless, and there was a jade belt around his waist. He looked like an elegant and noble young master. It was Jiang Lingjun's fiancé, the crown prince of the Tianqi dynasty, Ji Yi. Your Highness. Gu Shengyin stood up and bowed. Ji Yi quickly reached out to help Gu Shengyin up. Cousin, you don't have to be so polite. You and I are cousins, and we are engaged. There's really no need to be so formal. Ji Yi was very satisfied with his cousin's fiancée. Her background was good, and her looks were even better. Who in the imperial city didn't envy the crown prince's luck with women? Yunshan greets cousin. When Jiang Yunshan saw that the crown prince didn't even look at her, she couldn't help but grit her teeth and call out tenderly. Only then did Ji Yi notice Jiang Yunshan. He was a bit impatient at first, but when he saw Jiang Yunshan's pitiful appearance, his expression softened. You are? Jiang Yunshan gently bowed. Her neck was slightly bent, revealing her creamy skin. This concubine is the young miss of the great general's residence. I am ranked second. Jiang Yunshan's original body was as timid as a mouse. When she saw the crown prince, she would hide far away. How could she have the chance to see him? The crown prince frowned and thought for a while. Oh, so it's the great general's maidservant's daughter. Gu Shengyin looked at Jiang Yunshan with a smile. Her face became very interesting. Chapter 4. Gu Shengyin knew that Jiang Yunshan came from a different world and was very sensitive to her identity as a concubine's daughter. In the original plot, she had the emperor change her birth to a noble one after she had the 6 concubines. It was as if that would really make her superior. Gu Shengyin's mission in this world was to prevent Jiang Lingjun's tragic fate and make her the most noble woman in Tianqi dynasty. In order to do this, Jiang Yunshan, the biggest hidden danger, could not be left alive. Before that, Jiang Lingjun did not mind letting her have a taste of being looked down upon. After all, in the original plot, Jiang Lingjun was humiliated by her and committed suicide. Jiang Yunshan's hands, which were hidden in her sleeves, were bleeding from her fingernails. However, her face was filled with tears. Yunshan knows that her status is low and cannot bear to be associated with cousin Crown Prince. However, Yunshan admires cousin Crown Prince's majesty and could not help herself. If there is any disrespect, cousin Crown Prince, please forgive me. After she finished speaking, she covered her face and planned to leave. The Crown Prince had always been a person who had tender feelings for the fairer sex. How could he endure this beauty's tears? What's more, Jiang Yunshan was a beautiful woman who had her entire heart and eyes filled with him. The Crown Prince only felt that his pride as a man had been greatly satisfied. He quickly stopped Jiang Yunshan and coaxed her to stay with a smile. Gu Shengyin watched this farce from the side and thought to herself, how could such an idiot become the Crown Prince? Since her mission was to become the most noble woman in Tianqi dynasty, then in order to not make herself too disgusted, it would be better for the position of the most noble man to be changed to someone else. On the other side, the Crown Prince asked Jiang Yunshan what she had been doing. Jiang Yunshan took the opportunity to tell him what had happened. As expected, the crown prince immediately looked at Gu Xingyin with disapproval. Cousin Yunshan, the matter of you falling down was not cousin Yunshan's fault. She is pure and kind and has personally come to apologize. Why are you so calculative? Gu Xingyin hated men like the crown prince who lost his principles when he saw a beauty. Gu Xingyin met such a man and ended up in such a miserable state. She lazily looked at her round and glossy nails and said, Your Highness, the crown prince's words are very strange. I was just sitting here and looking at the scenery. My Shu's sister ran over to complain without any explanation. I just woke up from a coma and my mind is groggy, so I don't understand what she is doing. She glanced at Jiang Yunshan, but seeing Crown Prince come over, I kind of understand. She did not want to see this pair, so she simply held her head in her hands. Her hand and the maid, Hu Zhu and Lin Lang, who had been standing to the side, immediately came over with a nervous expression on their faces. Princess, do you feel unwell? Let me go take a rest, go back and rest. Let me help me go back to rest. After she finished speaking, she nodded at the two and left with the help of the two maids. Ji Yi looked at her pale face. Compared to her usual awe-inspiring appearance, there was a hint of gentleness, which added to her charm. His heart moved and he wanted to follow her. Suddenly, a cry of "Io" came from the side. He turned around and saw Nguan Yu and Wen Xiang hugging him. Gu Xingyin heard the movement behind her and her lips curled into a mocking smile. Chapter 5. Your Highness, His Highness the Crown Prince has gone too far today. Back in the bedroom, the outspoken Lin Lang said angrily. Your Highness, you are the Crown Prince's fiancé. How could he side with her? Jiang Lingzhen's maids were all personally selected by Princess Royal of Wen City. Naturally, they did not have a good impression of Jiang Yunshan, who was born after climbing into her master's bed. Second young miss usually looks quiet and quiet. I didn't expect her to be so secretive. Hu Zhu, who was on the side, also said. Gu Xingyin let them speak, but in the end, she said, It's fine if you're here, but don't mention this outside. Hu Zhu and Lin Lang looked at Gu Xingyin's expression to make sure that she was not affected by what had just happened. Only then did they feel relieved and replied with a smile, Don't worry, we know our limits when we're outside. Gu Xingyin lay down, and Hu Zhu considerately put down the curtain outside and left. The room was quiet for a moment. System. Gu Xingyin called out in her heart. What do you want? The system appeared in front of Gu Xingyin. Gu Xingyin asked, My task is to let Jiang Lingzhen continue her original fate and become the most honorable woman in this dynasty. Then, the Jiang family cannot fall. With the current crown prince's personality, the best way to protect the Jiang family is to rely on the Jiang family's power and support a new crown prince. Is this considered disrupting the order of the world? The system's white light flashed for a while before Gu Xingyin heard its answer. This method is workable. In this world, only the female lead is destined, but not the male lead. Host, you only need to complete the task, and the process can be done as you wish. After receiving the system's reply, Gu Xingyin began to feel relieved. She silently thought about which of the other princes of the emperor would be easier to promote to the throne. The third prince was the son of imperial concubine Shu, and he was backed by the Duke Cheng's mansion. Even if he ascended the throne in the future, the Jiang family would not have a good ending. The sixth prince was slow-witted by nature, and he was not good at literature or martial arts. He was not capable of anything. The seventh prince was disabled and had no chance to ascend the throne. The rest of the princes were still too young. Gu Xingyin was a little distressed. He counted them one by one, but none of them met the requirements. Wait a minute. Gu Xingyin's eyes lit up. How could she forget that person? In terms of legitimacy, that person was even more reasonable than the second prince. Gu Xingyin, who had solved the problem in her heart, felt relieved, but her head was still aching. After all, she had just recovered from her injuries, so she quickly fell into a deep sleep. Wen City's grand princess sat on a chair. She looked to be in her early 30s and had maintained herself well. Her phoenix eyes gave off a dignified aura and her bright face was currently covered in frost. There was a person kneeling on the ground, reporting what had happened in the pavilion today. She's usually so honest, but I didn't expect her to make a mistake. She's just like the woman who gave birth to her. She's used to pretending. At night, the Grand Princess told the Grand General about this matter. The Grand Princess and the Grand General had a very good relationship. All these years, there had been no concubines in the residence. The only variable was Jiang Yunshan. As expected, the Grand General was furious when he heard about this. Jiang Lingjun was his and Wen City's only child. She had always been his treasure, the pearl in his palm. I'm very worried about marrying Zhen to the Crown Prince. With the Crown Prince's personality, Zhen will definitely suffer a lot in the future. Wen City's Grand Princess said. The Grand General deeply agreed. Originally, they were not willing to let Zhen marry into the imperial family. Zhen's marriage to the Crown Prince was decided verbally by the Empress when Zhen was born. There was no actual decree. Now that they thought about it, they could make a fuss about it. What Gu Xingyin didn't know was that before she could think of a plan, her parents were already discussing how to separate her from the Crown Prince. Chapter 6. Jiang Lingjun sat in the carriage and looked outside through the gap between the shaking of the carriage. Princess Royal of Wen City was a Buddhist. This time, her daughter met with such a disaster, so she still had a knot in her heart. This time, taking advantage of Jiang Lingjun's good health, she immediately took her daughter to the most famous temple in the Tianxi dynasty, Hidden Dragon Temple, to worship. Gu Xingyin was naturally happy. The Hidden Dragon Temple was very beautiful. Even if she had nothing to do, she could still visit it. Not to mention, this time, Gu Xingyin wanted to see the legendary person in the Hidden Dragon Temple. Jiang Yunshan's carriage followed behind. She didn't know what method she used to persuade Princess Royal of Wen City, who had always ignored her, to follow them to the Hidden Dragon Temple. Jiang Yunshan naturally had her own purpose. In the original story, the Crown Prince and Jiang Lingjun had fallen in love in the Hidden Dragon Temple. Now that she had a good impression of the Crown Prince, she couldn't let Jiang Lingjun have a chance to get close to the Crown Prince. Jiang Yunshan's index finger touched a little cold. She touched the smooth jade bottle in her sleeve and a smile appeared on her face. After Jiang Lingjun followed Princess Royal of Wen City to worship the Buddha, she told Princess Royal of Wen City that she wanted to get some fresh air. Then, she took her two maids, Hu Zhu and Lin Lang, to the back of the mountain. She was familiar with the plot of this world. Naturally, she knew that there was an extraordinary Buddhist living in the Hidden Dragon Temple. He was the legitimate son of the emperor, the real legitimate eldest prince, Jiyu. In terms of identity, there was no other prince who could be more valuable than Jiyu. However, not long after Jiyu was born, Empress Yuan passed away due to illness. Therefore, the emperor thought that this son would bring bad karma to his family, so he didn't like him. Jiyu grew up in the palace until he was 10 years old. Then, the emperor used the excuse of praying for the good of the world and banished him to the Hidden Dragon Temple. In the original story, this legitimate eldest prince didn't appear in many scenes. He was really like a Buddhist living quietly in the Hidden Dragon Temple. Gu Xingyin ordered Hu Zhu and Lin Lang to follow them from a distance, while she slowly enjoyed the scenery in the temple's backyard. Although she had Gu Xingyin's memories, she could only be considered as a spectator. She had never truly experienced what Gu Xingyin had experienced and seen. The scenery behind the Hidden Dragon Temple was so enchanting that Gu Xingyin was momentarily distracted. Hu Zhu and Lin Lang looked at their princess from afar as if she had never left the house before. She stopped here and looked there. They thought that their princess was bored for a long time. It was rare for her to go out, so she was more excited than usual. Gu Xingyin was curious, but she did not forget her task. She slowly walked towards her destination. She remembered that Jiyu's small courtyard was in an extremely hidden bamboo forest in the back of the mountain. As she walked inside, the surroundings became quieter. Gu Xingyin could only hear the sound of the wind blowing the bamboo leaves around and the echo of her own footsteps. Lin Lang pulled Hu Zhu's sleeve. "Sister Hu Zhu, why don't we persuade the princess to go back? This place is so quiet. Hu Zhu looked at Gu Xingyin, who was obviously in high spirits, and shook her head slightly. It's rare for the princess to be so happy. Let's not be a wet blanket. The Hidden Dragon Temple is an important place of Buddhism. There won't be anyone who dares to make trouble here. Gu Xingyin walked in the bamboo forest. She was curious, what kind of person could live in such a place for more than 10 years? Chapter 7. Gu Xingyin finally saw the small courtyard hidden in the bamboo forest. To be precise, it should be called a bamboo house. Gu Xingyin looked around but did not see anyone. She thought that Jiyu was either in the bamboo house or somewhere else. Although the emperor did not imprison his eldest son, he never allowed him to leave the Hidden Dragon Temple. It could be regarded as a disguised form of confinement. Greetings, young lady. Gu Xingyin was stunned, and a clear voice came from behind her. She turned her head slightly. The moment she saw the person, her eyes widened slightly. This man, his appearance was really... Gu Xingyin did not know how to describe it. Perhaps because he lived in the temple for many years, the eldest son of the emperor did not look like a person of the secular world. Jiyu was only a secluded cultivator, so he did not need to shave his head. His long hair was tied up with a green hair band, and he was wearing a green robe without any decorations. There were no patterns on his robe, but it made people feel that no luxurious clothes made of pearls and jade would be more suitable for him than this. He stood in front of Gu Xingyin, holding a peach blossom that had just been plucked from the branch in his hand, and bowed his head to greet her with a warm smile. Greetings, young lady. Gu Xingyin vaguely remembered the illusion of Buddha's smile when he picked up a flower. Jiyu's smile was quite refined and free from the secular world. She came to her senses and bowed with a smile. I came to the Hidden Dragon Temple with my family to fulfill a vow. I came out to take a breath of fresh air and was attracted by the beautiful scenery in the mountain. I unconsciously came here and felt a little tired. May I ask for a cup of water from you? Jiyu and Jiyi looked somewhat similar, which was why Gu Xingyin could recognize Jiyu at a glance. Hearing Gu Xingyin's words, Jiyu was slightly stunned, and then smiled. Young lady, please follow me. He led Gu Xingyin to the bamboo building. After entering the building, Gu Xingyin discovered that the bamboo building had an independent courtyard. There was a man-made vine frame to shade the courtyard from the sun. It was a rather interesting place. Hu Zhu and Lin Lang had already walked to Gu Xingyin's side. Jiyu invited Gu Xingyin to sit down and entered the room herself. When he came out, there was a pot of tea in his hand. Gu Xingyin thanked him and raised his hand to take it. Miss. Hu Zhu reminded her in a low voice. This thing of unknown origin should not be eaten casually. Gu Xingyin smiled carelessly and took a sip of the tea. Gu Xingyin exclaimed, good tea. Jiyu smiled faintly. It's just an insignificant skill. It's not worthy of praise from the young lady. Gu Xingyin thought, if I don't do this, how can I continue to communicate with you? Thus, Gu Xingyin began to chat with Jiyu through this tea ceremony. Unexpectedly, the two of them were quite congenial. Originally, Gu Xingyin only approached Jiyu with a purpose. However, after chatting, she found that Jiyu had a similar point of view as her on many things. This made her very surprised. Unknowingly, the two of them talked for more than half an hour. When they were resting, Hu Zhu reminded Gu Xingyin in a low voice that it was time to go back. Gu Xingyin's eyes were sparkling. She looked at Jiyu with unsatisfied eyes. It's rare to find a bosom friend in life. It's really a blessing to meet you today. Jiyu was also in high spirits, but he only said to her, this bamboo building is located in a remote area. Shall I send you out? Gu Xingyin and her servants followed the path that Jiyu took. When they passed through a dense forest, they suddenly heard a strange sound. The sound was intermittent, mixed with a hint of coquettishness. Hu Zhu and Lin Lang blushed on the spot. Chapter 8. Gu Xingyin blushed at first. Even though she had not experienced it herself, everyone present knew what it meant. But soon, Gu Xingyin's face turned pale. She could tell that the two voices were strangely familiar. At that moment, she couldn't care less about her shyness and looked in that direction. This glance made her face turn pale. The woman whose dress was half open and whose shoulders were slightly exposed was her stepsister, Jiang Yunshan. And the man who was leaning over her body was the crown prince, Ji Yi, who was verbally betrothed to her. Ji Yi looked at Gu Xingyin. The woman in front of him looked like she had suffered a huge blow. Her expression was miserable and her body was on the verge of collapse. He couldn't help but feel a sense of pity. Ignoring etiquette, he supported her and asked, "Do you know these two people?" She did not know if it was an illusion, but Gu Xingyin felt that there was a faint lotus fragrance on Ji Yu's body. This was not the season for lotus flowers to bloom. Hearing Ji Yu's question, Gu Xingyin only bit her lips and shook her head slightly. Seeing this, Ji Yu did not ask any more questions. He gestured to the two women behind him who were also shocked. The few of them quietly retreated. The few of them walked in silence. Ji Yu sent them all the way to the exit of the back mountain. At this time, Gu Xingyin's expression had returned to normal. She bowed to Ji Yu. "Many thanks, sir." Ji Yu saw that although her expression was calm, her eyes were somewhat erratic. He knew that she must be in a daze at this moment. He did not say much. The few of them exchanged a few words and said their goodbyes. Returning to the bamboo house, Ji Yu closed the door. The expression on his face changed. His facial features were extremely good, and he usually had an indifferent expression that stood aloof from worldly affairs, making people feel that he was a banished immortal who enjoyed a picnic in the clouds of the immortal mountain. However, at this moment, that benevolent and tolerant smile was hidden, and a pair of gentle eyes actually revealed a piercingly cold killing intent. "Go and find out who the woman who came today is. Also, who is the woman who had an illicit relationship with my second brother?" His voice was cold and hard, without a trace of emotion. An almost undetectable "yes" came from the corner. Then, as if a cool breeze had brushed past, the bamboo building returned to silence. Ji Yu poured herself a cup of tea and sat on the rattan chair, sipping slowly. He remembered that he had met the woman during the day. In fact, before Gu Xingyin came to the bamboo house, he had already noticed her and was attracted to her eyes. She was not pretending to be innocent and ignorant of the world. Her eyes revealed a genuine curiosity towards everything. He watched as she exclaimed at the sight of a strange-looking grass and was startled by a small bug that suddenly jumped out of the flowers. Then, she observed the bug with great interest. Of course, Ji Yu saw all this from her eyes. Gu Xingyin did not act out of line from the beginning to the end. Even her face maintained the perfect appearance of a noble lady. It was this contrast that piqued Ji Yu's interest. Of course, he did not know that this phenomenon, in a distant world, had a name called contrast mo. He was cold by nature and was thrown into this place by his biological father to live alone for more than 10 years. He had long developed a calm temperament. There were very few people or things that could cause ripples in his heart. Gu Xingyin was one of them. However, looking at her reaction today, it seemed to have something to do with his second brother. Ji Yu frowned. Chapter 9. Gu Xingyin and her servants were in a daze. Junju. Hu Zhu looked worriedly at Gu Xingyin. Although outsiders did not know about the engagement between the princess and the crown prince, they, who had served the princess since she was young, knew very well about it. What the crown prince and Jiang Yunshan had done today was like a slap to Jiang Lingzhen's face. Gu Xingyin's face was still a bit pale. With the original Jiang Lingzhen's personality, she wouldn't have told her parents about this matter. She would have even ordered her servants not to reveal it. She, Gu Xingyin, wasn't willing to do that. Why should she let that adulterous couple take advantage of her? When city's eldest princess saw that her precious daughter's expression wasn't right. Zhen, what's wrong? Did you encounter something unhappy outside? When city's eldest princess had a pained expression. Jiang Lingzhen saw her mother and her previously suppressed emotions exploded. She threw herself into Wen City's eldest princess' arms and cried. Wen City's eldest princess panicked. She had always been noble and dignified outside, but she loved her only daughter, Jiang Lingjun, to the bone. She was like a pearl in her palm. Moreover, Zhen had always restrained her emotions. When had she ever cried like this? But no matter how she coaxed, Gu Xingyin only cried and wouldn't say anything. Gu Xingyin naturally wouldn't say anything. The more aggrieved she acted, the angrier Wen City's eldest princess would be. Although this was taking advantage of Wen City's eldest princess's love for her daughter, when she thought about the fate of the original Jiang Lingjun and the Jiang family, Gu Xingyin could only force herself to harden her heart. The two of you went out with the princess today. What exactly happened? Wen City's eldest princess shot a sharp gaze at Hu Zhu and Lin Lang. Hu Zhu and Lin Lang naturally didn't dare to hide anything. They knelt on the ground in fear and trembled as they recounted what happened between the second prince and the second miss. Bastard. Wen City's eldest princess didn't know if she was scolding the second prince or Jiang Yunshan, simply going too far. Never in her wildest dreams had she imagined that it would happen right under her nose in this tranquil place of Buddhism. The two of them actually did such a despicable thing. Ah, Zhen. Princess Wenqing gently pulled up Gu Xingyin, who was buried in her arms. Tell me, do you like the second prince or not? Gu Xingyin was stunned for a while. Her confused eyes and red nose made her look very pitiful. She shook her head and said softly, I don't know either. The original Jiang Lingjun liked the second prince, but that was only after the wedding. Now, Jiang Lingjun's feelings for the second prince were still vague. If it was Gu Xingyin, it would be even more impossible for her to have a good impression of such a scumbag. Seeing her like this, Wen City's eldest princess felt relieved. His daughter clearly hadn't fallen in love with him yet. The reason why she was so aggrieved today was probably because she felt that the second prince's actions had greatly hurt her reputation. She breathed a sigh of relief. This was much easier to handle. If Zhen really fell in love with the second prince, she would have to spend a lot of effort to persuade her daughter. Anyway, the second prince was definitely not a good match. She straightened up and ordered the maid to bring hot water. Then she turned to Gu Xingyin, who was still in a daze, and said, Ah, Zhen, look at me. Gu Xingyin looked at her with some confusion. You are the daughter of great elder princess, the only legitimate daughter of the general, and the Infanta Langhua who was personally conferred by the emperor. Princess Wen City's eldest princess looked at her proudly and said, You can proudly raise your head at any time. People like the second prince and Jiang Yunshan are not worth your tears. Chapter 10. At the same time, a report was placed in front of Jiyu. Jiyu took the lead and picked up Gu Xingyin's report. So her name is Jiang Lingjun, Aunt Wen City's daughter. Jiang Lingjun. Jiyu muttered this name several times. Ever since he was exiled to the Hidden Dragon Temple, everyone in the imperial clan avoided him. Wen City's eldest princess was one of the few people who cared about him. Towards this senior, Jiyu was still somewhat grateful in her heart. Jiyu saw a line of words in front of him. She was engaged to the second prince when she was young. Jiyu couldn't help but think of the girl who laughed and chatted with him in the bamboo forest. It was a pity to marry someone like Ji Yi. However, since he had made up his mind, this engagement was destined to be impossible. Jiyu reached out and picked up another report. It was about Jiang Yunshan. The bastard born of this servant seduced her own sister's fiancé's woman. Jiyu's palm tightened and Jiang Yunshan's report seemed to be crushed by an invisible force. Since you want to climb into my good second brother's bed so much, I'll have to help you. Jiyu smiled meaningfully. He clapped his hands in the dark and a black shadow appeared from the corner and knelt in front of Jiyu. Do something for me. Wen City's eldest princess came back from the Hidden Dragon Temple and went straight to the general's room. There's such a thing? The general was shocked and angry. He didn't have any impression of his daughter Jiang Yunshan. When he and Wen City were in love, Jiang Yunshan's mother climbed into his bed while he was drunk. After that, although Wen City's eldest princess said she didn't care, he always felt that he owed his wife and couldn't bring himself to like Jiang Yunshan. Unfilial daughter. I want to punish you. The general was furious. Wait a moment. Wen City's eldest princess stopped the furious general. Punishing Jiang Yunshan is a small matter. The most important thing now is how to cancel the engagement between Ah Zhen and the crown prince. Ah Zhen is about to reach marriageable age. If the empress decrees a marriage at that time, I don't want Ah Zhen to marry a man who slept with his fiancée's stepsister. You're right. The general calmed down. The couple began to think about how to bring up this matter with the royal family. Who would have thought that the royal family would send an edict before they could even come up with a plan? Long live the emperor. Wen City's grand princess and the grand general bowed to the emperor. Rise. Sheng the emperor, who was sitting on the dragon throne, felt a bit awkward. Looking at his sister Wen Cheng's face, he felt that he couldn't say what he wanted to say. The empress and I have had the same dream every night recently. The emperor pondered for a while and decided to get straight to the point. Princess Royal of Wen City and the general looked at each other. What did dreaming have to do with them? What the emperor said next shocked them. One day, the sun will set from the east and descend upon the eastern palace. The eastern palace was the residence of the crown prince. The general said, "Congratulations, your majesty. This is an auspicious call." However, the emperor's next words gave the general and his wife a fright. Another moon has come from the west mountain and hangs in the Qing manor. Wen City's eldest princess' heart skipped a beat. What did the emperor mean? The arrival of the sun and moon was an auspicious sign. If the crown prince of the eastern palace was the sun, then who was the moon in his residence? After thinking it over, the most suitable candidate was Ah Zhen. The eldest princess broke out in a cold sweat at her own thoughts. The people of this era believed in gods and Buddhas and revered this kind of thing. If Ah Zhen's body carried this omen, then no matter what, her marriage with the crown prince couldn't be cancelled. Chapter 11. Wen City's eldest princess looked at her husband and found that the general's eyes were also filled with shock. This matter came too suddenly and caught the husband and wife unprepared. Princess Royal of Wen City took a deep breath and forced a smile. Could it be that your majesty has been too tired recently and is hallucinating? This was practically a blatant questioning of the current era. No matter what, Princess Royal of Wen City could not watch her daughter fall into the fire pit that was the East Palace. The emperor immediately glared at his younger sister. I'm not old enough to see things clearly. Besides, the empress has had the same dream these days. Could it be that the empress is also hallucinating because of overwork? It was only because she was his only blood-related sister that the emperor let her off so easily. If it were anyone else, it would be a crime of disrespect to question the emperor. Princess Royal of Wen City and the general looked at the emperor's confident expression and felt a chill in their hearts. Princess Royal of Wen City forced a smile when she saw the emperor looking at them. She did not lose her composure and said, "What do you plan to do, your majesty?" It was the emperor's turn to hesitate. He looked at his younger sister with a rare apologetic look on his face. Princess Royal and her husband saw his expression and panicked. Could it be that there was a change in this matter? It was rare for the emperor to be so embarrassed. He looked at his sister and said, "Wen City, there's something I haven't told you. No matter what, as a princess of the royal family, you have to know that any decision I make is for the good of the royal family." Princess Royal of Wen City panicked. "Brother, what's the matter?" In a moment of desperation, she even called him by the title he used many years ago. "The place where Chiue lived in our dreams was not the secluded bamboo yard where your daughter Jin lived. It was a yard called Begonia Yard. I've made a decision. On the 8th of next month, the crown prince will welcome your concubine's daughter into the mansion as a concubine." The emperor deeply felt that this decision was unfair to Princess Royal of Wen City and the general. He knew about the engagement between the crown prince and Princess Langhua, Jianglingjin. Now, the crown prince was going to welcome his concubine's sister into the mansion. In the Tianqi dynasty, there had never been a precedent of a sister serving the same husband. Besides, it was a humiliation to Jianglingjin. In this way, the engagement between Jianglingjin and the crown prince was bound to be cancelled. Wen City's grand princess was stunned. The emperor thought that his news was hard for her to accept, but he didn't know that she wasn't upset, but pleasantly surprised. The heavens really took pity on him. Wen City's grand princess was pleasantly surprised. She never thought that just a moment ago, she was still worried about her daughter's fate, and in the next second, she would receive such good news. Moreover, the marriage contract that had troubled her for a long time had been resolved. When she came back to her senses, she heard the emperor continue. I know that this matter has wronged Ah Zhen. I watched her grow up, and I doted on her so much. I have always hoped that she could marry into our imperial family. Sigh, this time, it is our imperial family that has let her down. Tomorrow, I will issue an edict to grant Ah Zhen the title of Princess Qingyang. Your fief, the Qingyang county near Wen City, will be bestowed to her. Wen City's eldest princess was a little dizzy from this big persimmon. Bestowing land? The infanta of this dynasty did not have the right to be enfeoffed. Even the princesses had to be enfeoffed based on how much they were favored. Wen City's grand princess was the former emperor's legitimate daughter, and the current emperor's biological sister. Because of this honor, she was given her own fief. She didn't expect the imperial family to be so generous in compensating her. A princess with a fief was much more honorable than a princess of the royal family. Chapter 12. The emperor saw that the eldest princess and her husband had no objection, so he felt even more guilty. The next day, he gave Gu Shengyin an even more generous reward. The eldest princess and her husband returned home happily. When the eldest princess returned home, she called her daughter and told her what the emperor had told her today. After that, the eldest princess of Wen City carefully looked at her daughter's expression. She saw that her daughter was happy and not disappointed, so she was completely relieved. She was afraid that Ah Zhen couldn't bear to give up the noble status of crown princess. She couldn't think straight and entered the deep palace where people could eat people without blinking. Princess Royal of Wen City had grown up in the palace since she was a child. She knew a lot about the tricks in the harem. Gu Shengyin was naturally happy. She was worried about how to get rid of the engagement with Ji Yi. She didn't expect that this would happen. However, this didn't happen in the original plot. Gu Shengyin called the system. The system flashed and replied, checking. Unable to check. Maybe the world's laws automatically filled in. There is no abnormal situation. Please carry out the task as usual. Well, Gu Shengyin saw that she couldn't get the answer, so she didn't bother about this matter. This is too convenient for Jiang Yunshan. Princess Wensheng said angrily. It was already a great honor for a concubine's daughter to marry the crown prince as a concubine. The eldest princess didn't doubt that with this auspicious omen, if Jiang Yunshan's family background was not so bad, there was no way to shut the mouth of the officials in the imperial court. Otherwise, the imperial family would have directly promoted her to the crown princess. Gu Shengyin blinked. Convenient? That was not necessarily true. After all, Ji Yi and Jiang Yunshan were the main culprits of the Jiang family's destruction. In this life, since she had taken Jiang Lingzhen's body, she naturally had to repay them well. On the other side, Ji Yu took the report from her subordinate and smiled gently. I have lived in the Hidden Dragon Temple for a long time. I don't know if those old friends still remember me. The next day, 2 imperial edicts from the palace shocked the entire imperial city. Both of the edicts were related to the general's mansion. One of them was Princess Lang Hua of the great general's residence. She was granted the title of Princess Qingyang by the emperor's personal decree and was granted the fief of Qingyang County. Jiang Lingzhen, Princess Lang Hua and now Princess Qingyang, became the first princess to have her own fief since the founding of the Tianqi dynasty. The second decree was even more confusing. The general's concubine's daughter was going to be the crown prince's concubine? What was the status of the crown prince? The future master of the Apocalypse dynasty. Secondary concubines were different from other concubines. They had status and could be listed on the Imperial Jade Archive. Generally speaking, the crown prince's concubines were the legitimate daughters of the top aristocratic families. How could a concubine like Jiang Yunshan become the crown prince's concubine? Many people had this doubt in their hearts. Jiang Yunshan had been too low-key in the past. In the imperial city, many people only knew that the Grand General had an extremely favored legitimate daughter, Princess Langhua. As for the concubine's daughter, Jiang Yunshan, who was she? He had never even heard of it. In Jiang Yunshan's small courtyard, Jiang Yunshan raised her chin proudly as she listened to the continuous congratulations and compliments from the servants. She glanced in the direction of the east courtyard, where Jiang Lingzhen lived in the secluded yellow bamboo courtyard. She sneered in her heart, so what if she's the legitimate daughter? So what if she's a princess? In the end, she's still not the legitimate daughter. Even her fiancé is one of my people. She looked at the crimson butterfly embroidered dress she was wearing. This was a tribute from the palace. If it was the Jiang Yunshan of the past, she wouldn't even dare to think about it. No rush, take it slow. Jiang Lingzhen, I will take what you have little by little. I will let you have a taste of what it's like to have nothing. Chapter 13. System, have you finished sorting out the accounts of the innocent women Crown Prince Ji Yi has harmed over the years, as well as his dealings with the aristocratic families? Gu Xingyin asked. System, according to the host's request, all the information has been prepared. The system was indeed a huge cheat. Gu Xingyin flipped through the information in her mind. These things were tightly controlled by the Crown Prince's faction. If she were to use manpower to search for them, who knows how long it would take to gather them. But the system only needed to scan them. To Gu Xingyin, there were no secrets in this world. That's good. These things were enough to make the Crown Prince unable to make a comeback. Ruining women was enough to incite the anger of the people. And the emperor, who was still in his prime, would not tolerate a crown prince who colluded and harmed the interests of the dynasty. However, these things would have to wait for the right opportunity to be used. Gu Xingyin felt relieved. As long as Ji Yi fell, Jiang Yunshan would not have a good life. Her task would be half complete. As for the other half, Gu Xingyin could not help but think of the person in the bamboo forest. Her nose seemed to smell the faint fragrance of lotus flowers. Princess, are we really going to do this? Hu Zhu asked nervously. Lin Lang was excited. Gu Xingyin smiled at her. It's not like we're doing anything shameful. Don't worry, I'll talk to mother. She had changed out of her usual elegant and beautiful palace attire and into a close-fitting Hu robe. That's right, Gu Xingyin had made an appointment with a few of his close friends to go hunting today. The Tianqi dynasty was founded on martial arts. Not to mention the commoners, most of the aristocratic women were proficient in horseback archery. Hunting on horseback was also a common activity. Ever since he fell down at the temple fair, Princess Royal of Wen City did not allow Jiang Lingzhen to leave the residence alone. In other words, ever since Gu Xingyin came to this world, he had not left the residence except for that one time when he followed Princess Royal of Wen City to the hidden dragon temple. As a created human, Gu Xingyin said that although she had the system in hand, and her musical, chess, calligraphy, and painting abilities were perfect, she had never practiced them. She was looking forward to this mounted archery competition. After changing her clothes, Gu Xingyin asked her two personal maidservants to wait on her, while she went to settle the matter of leaving the mansion. She didn't go to Princess Royal's room. Instead, she went to the general's room. Compared to the Princess Royal who was occasionally strict with her daughter, the general who was obedient to Jiang Lingzhen was obviously easier to deal with. Sure enough, with a blink of her wet eyes and a pout of her pink and tender lips, as well as a sweet father, the general, who had always been known for his cold-bloodedness, was immediately defeated. He even personally sent his daughter to the gate of the mansion. He was the one who taught Jiang Lingzhen how to ride a horse. After watching his daughter leave with a smile on her face, the general put away his fatherly smile and instructed someone in the dark, follow the princess well. Don't let anyone who doesn't have eyes hurt her. Yes. When Princess Royal of Wen City received the news, Gu Xingyin had already left. Is she worried that I won't agree? She even deliberately hid it from me. Princess Royal didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She put on a serious face and said, when the princess comes back, have her come to my room. Let's see how I take care of her. The mama who had been following behind Princess Royal of Wen City secretly complained, Princess, Can you restrain the smile in your eyes a bit before saying this? Chapter 14. Ah Zhen. Seeing Gu Xingyin coming, several young ladies who were chatting in the distance waved at her. Gu Xingyin urged his horse over. Sure enough, everyone was wearing the same attire as Gu Xingyin. Not far away, several strong and valiant horses were quietly grazing with their heads lowered. I haven't seen you for a long time. The one who spoke was the Duke of Danyang County. He was one of Jiang Lingzhen's best friends. He was also one of the few people who knew about the marriage between Jiang Lingzhen and the Crown Prince. I was thrown down last time. Mother doesn't allow me to go out. Gu Xingyin replied with a smile. He had a very good impression of this girl with a bright smile. In the original plot, after Jiang Lingzhen was in trouble, she was the only one who did not abandon Jiang Lingzhen and wholeheartedly wanted to save her from the cage. The Duke of Danyang County saw Jiang Lingzhen's bright smile without a trace of gloominess. After hearing that Jiang Yunshan was taken as a concubine, he was relieved. Let's go. My father found me a good horse from the western region a few days ago. Today I will show you. The Duke of Danyang County laughed. The group of young ladies rode their horses and galloped into the distance. The horse of the county magistrate of Danyang County was indeed 1 in 1,000. She quickly left the others far behind. The only one who could keep up with her was Gu Xingyin. Zhen, let's not care about them. I will secretly take you to a good place. The Duke of Danyang County said excitedly to Gu Xingyin. Gu Xing's interest was piqued by being chased. He ignored Hu Zhu's call and followed the county lord of Danyang County, disappearing without a trace. Oh no. As they ran, Gu Xingyin found that something was wrong. The horse under her was showing signs of going crazy. There was something wrong with the horse. Danyang. Something is wrong with my horse. Gu Xingyin shouted to Danyang. Danyang was shocked when he heard this. He looked in Gu Xingyin's direction and his expression changed immediately. Ah Zhen, calm down. I'll go over slowly. The county lord of Danyang County steered his horse closer to Liang Zhen, intending to pull Gu Xingyin onto his horse when the time came. Who knew that Gu Xingyin's horse was not in its right mind? When it saw other horses approaching, it raised its hind legs and kicked them fiercely. Hiss! The horse of Danyang County's county magistrate cried out in pain. Fortunately, it still remembered its master and tried its best not to fall. However, it refused to get close to Gu Xingyin's horse again. When County Princess Danyang finally calmed down, Gu Xingyin had already disappeared. Ah Zhen. Danyang panicked. If something happened to Ah Zhen, Gu Xingyin was not having a good time. She did not know what stimulated the horse, but it only knew how to gallop. She was being jolted, and sometimes the leaves by the roadside would hit her body. It hurt. System. Gu Xingyin called out to the system in his mind. What's going on? The system replied, the ingredients of hallucinogens were detected from the horse you were riding. Gu Xingyin's expression turned cold. So, it was done by someone? The system replied, this was in the original plot. Did the host forget? Gu Xingyin recalled. Yes, the transmigrator Jiang Yunshan had poisoned Jiang Lingzhen's horse once. That time, Jiang Lingzhen fell from the horse and broke his left arm. He had to rest for half a year. But wasn't that 2 years later? The system replied, the host changed the fate of the original body. Naturally, the plot of the world also changed. But now, I advise the host not to think too much. Quickly deal with the situation in front of you. Gu Xingyin came back to her senses. There was no road in front of her. Instead, it was a smooth stone wall. The horse under her did not show any signs of stopping. Ah! Chapter 15. Gu Xingyin closed her eyes, steeled her heart, and prepared to jump off the horse. She had no choice. If she let it crash into the stone wall, she would be crippled even if she didn't die. Just as Gu Xingyin was about to jump off, she suddenly heard the system's puzzled, eh? At the same time, a strong and powerful arm was placed around her waist, and with a slight force, Gu Xingyin was lifted into the air and fell into a broad embrace. Her breath was suddenly filled with a light lotus fragrance, and Gu Xingyin immediately knew who the person behind her was. She heard a scream, and subconsciously wanted to look at the horse she was sitting on, but Jiyu raised his hand to cover her eyes. "Don't look." A clear voice sounded in her ears. She silently thought for a moment, and the scene was probably a little bloody, so she obediently nodded and didn't look over there. Jiyu looked coldly at the horse that was bleeding and lying in a pool of blood, and it was unknown whether it was dead or alive. He hugged Gu Xingyin and turned to walk back. Gu Xingyin put down the hand that was covering her eyes, and then she remembered, shouldn't this person be in the hidden dragon temple? Why did he come out? Jiyu considerately carried Gu Xingyin down the horse. "Thank you." Gu Xingyin sincerely thanked Jiyu. If it wasn't for him, even with the system, she would have suffered. "You're welcome, I just happened to pass by." She didn't know if it was an illusion, but Gu Xingyin felt that when Jiyu spoke, his eyes were looking at the system in front of her. The system retorted, "Impossible. Other than the host, no one can see me." Then her eyes must be playing tricks on her, and Gu Xingyin didn't care about this. "By the way, why are you here?" Gu Xingyin asked. Jiyu smiled, "I have nothing to do, so I came out for a walk." Gu Xingyin thought to herself, a person who is grounded can still walk around so calmly. It seems that this eldest prince is being looked down upon by everyone. She was a little excited. The more powerful Jiyu was, the higher her chances of completing the mission, right? Gu Xingyin suddenly felt a trace of warmth on her cheek. She looked up and saw Jiyu's focused gaze. "There's a dead leaf here." Looking at the focused face of the man in front of him, Gu Xingyin suddenly felt his heart skip a beat. "System, he's really handsome." For some reason, the system didn't answer her. Jiyu smiled as she looked at Jiang Lingzhen's slightly flushed face. Then, she evaded his gaze and looked elsewhere. "Ah, this place is so beautiful." Gu Xingyin did not notice that behind her was a vast sea of flowers. "What flower is this?" Gu Xingyin was a little curious. She gently leaned over and sniffed it. She had never seen this kind of blue flower before. Jiyu followed her and squatted down. "This kind of flower comes from a tribe in the south. It's called evoking emotion. It is said that if a young man in that tribe is interested in a girl, he will bring the girl to the evoking emotion flower. The girl will know that the person in front of her likes her and prays for her response." His voice was gentle and pleasant to listen to. The beautiful story that came out of his mouth added a touch of affection. Gu Xingyin felt the heat coming from beside her. She only felt her heart beat faster. What did he mean by bringing her here? And telling such a story? While she was in a daze, a delicate and beautiful evoking emotion flower suddenly appeared in front of her. Behind the flower was Jiyu's gentle smile. "I think this flower suits you very well." Chapter 16. At this moment, the wind was still. Gu Xingyin was at a loss. She called the system in her heart, "System, what should I do now?" However, the system seemed to have crashed and did not respond to her. Jiyu looked at Gu Xingyin's flustered face and his expression darkened. He knew that Jiang Lingzhen was not enlightened at this time, but he did not want to wait any longer. When he was about to get closer, his face suddenly changed. Someone was coming. Jiyu knew that it was not suitable to expose his identity in front of everyone at this time, so he had to whisper to Gu Xingyin, "I suddenly have something to do and have to leave immediately. The matter of me coming here today is a little secret between the two of us, okay?" He deliberately lowered his voice when he said the last sentence. Gu Xingyin's face flushed red again when he heard the last syllable. Seeing that she nodded obediently, Jiyu smiled in satisfaction. He thought for a moment, then pinned the love-summoning flower in his hand on Gu Xingyin's hair bun and left in a flash. After Jiyu left, Gu Xingyin heaved a sigh of relief. "Congratulations, host, you have been confessed." The system's voice sounded again. Gu Xingyin felt wronged. "I called you so many times just now, but you didn't respond to me. The system was silent for a moment, then said, there was a loophole in the program just now and it is repairing itself. Then what should I do? Gu Xingyin asked. The system thought for a moment. The host's original plan was to support Jiyu to become the emperor and you to become the empress. In this case, he likes you, so shouldn't it be the most suitable? Gu Xingyin thought for a moment and it seemed to make sense. However, she felt that something was wrong. Ah Zhen. Before Gu Xingyin could figure it out, the call of the county magistrate of Danyang County interrupted her thoughts. Gu Xingyin stood up. The county magistrate of Danyang County got down from the horse and hugged Gu Xingyin immediately. I was scared to death when I saw your horse become like that. Fortunately, you're fine. County Princess Danyang was so scared that she cried. Gu Xingyin comforted her best friend in her arms. Okay, I'm fine now, aren't I? Behind Danyang was a group of armored soldiers. It seemed that Danyang did not see him and went back to get reinforcements in a hurry. He didn't dare to let Gu Xingyin ride a horse anymore. On the way back, Gu Xingyin was forced to sit in a carriage by the county magistrate of Danyang County. I'm just a temporary bodyguard from nearby. By now, Aunt Wensheng and the general must have received the news. County Princess Danyang said to Gu Xingyin. Her father, Commandery Princely, was the son of the former emperor's concubine, so it was normal for her to call Princess Royal of Wen City her aunt. Just as they were talking, there was a commotion outside the carriage. What's going on? The county lord of Danyang County lifted the curtain. County Princess, it's the general. The guard outside the carriage replied. Hearing that it was her father, Gu Xingyin hurriedly lifted the curtain and went out. Ah Zhen. Seeing that his daughter was fine, the general quickly got down from the horse and hugged her. When he received the news that his daughter's horse went crazy and went missing, he was stunned. After comforting his wife, he immediately brought the soldiers here. Let's go home first. The general sent someone to inform the county magistrate of Danyang County and personally escorted his daughter back to the residence. My Zhen. Princess Royal of Wen City, who received the news, was waiting outside the door. Seeing that Gu Xingyin was unharmed, her tears fell down. Gu Xingyin was at a loss for a moment. She had never felt such kinship before. She could only clumsily hug Princess Royal of Wen City and slowly coax her. After coaxing her mother with great difficulty, Gu Xingyin was pulled in front of Princess Royal and her husband and asked about the whole story. Chapter 17. Your horse suddenly went berserk without any warning? Wen City's Grand Princess and the Grand General's faces were frosty. Hearing this, if they still couldn't see that someone was targeting Zhen, then they would have lived in vain. Investigate. I want to see which black-hearted person wants to harm my Zhen. The eldest princess clenched her teeth and said in a voice filled with hate. Zhen, how did you escape? The general asked. When they found their daughter, she was clearly unharmed. Gu Xingyin thought of Ji Yu's face and her face turned red. Someone suddenly appeared to save me. But he left after saving me. I don't know who it is. The general and eldest princess saw their daughter's red face and didn't think much of it, thinking that she was still in shock. Seeing Gu Xingyin's tired face, they didn't ask anything else and let her go back to her room to rest. Although Jiang Yunshan's matter was done secretly, it wasn't without traces. The eldest princess quickly locked onto her as a suspect, but she couldn't find any evidence. Mother, are you suspecting your daughter? Although your daughter isn't Mother's biological daughter, I have always been respectful to Mother and have never dared to disobey my elder sister. Mother actually suspects your daughter of having bad intentions. Like this, your daughter might as well die here to prove my innocence. Jiang Yunshan said this and was about to slam her head into a pillar. Of course it wouldn't succeed. Jiang Yunshan gave a cold laugh in her heart. She was already the crown prince's concubine and without any evidence, the eldest princess couldn't do anything to her. As expected, the eldest princess waved her hand to send her away. Jiang Yunshan, who had returned to her room, looked at the girl in the mirror. Her originally delicate figure, under the contrast of her luxurious clothes, now had two more dignified elegance. Was this the taste of power? If she was still a lowly concubine's daughter, even if there was no evidence, the eldest princess could kill her with a single sentence. Not enough, not enough. Just being the crown prince's concubine was not enough to shake a giant like the Jiang family. After Jiang Yunshan left, the eldest princess angrily threw the teacup in her hand to the ground. Your Highness, be careful of your body. The mama that had served the eldest princess since she was young comforted her. Look at her. Does she really think that just because she became the crown prince's concubine, she can look down on me? The more one city's eldest princess thought about it, the angrier she got. So what if the sun and the moon reflect each other? This consort wants to see just how big of a storm a secondary consort of the crown prince who can't give birth to a child can cause. The eldest princess's expression was cold. Compared to her, Jiang Yunshan was still too inexperienced. At the same time, a document appeared on Ji Yu's desk. This woman again? Ji Yu looked at the name Jiang Yunshan as if she was looking at a dead object. Aunt Wensheng made a move. However, I think it's still too light to end her bloodline. Why is she jealous of Ah Zhen? Honorable status? Stunning looks? Since that's the case, let's destroy them all. With just a few words, Jiang Yunshan's fate was decided. Gu Xingyin was talking to the system. Do you think I should take revenge on Jiang Yunshan? The system said, Host, someone has already fought back for you. Jiang Yunshan won't be able to jump around for much longer. For the rest of your life, all you need to do is to be a quiet and pampered beauty for the rest of your life. Gu Xingyin. What's the point of me coming here? The system said, maybe it's to encourage Ji Yu, the original background, to work hard and reach the peak of life. Chapter 18. Jiang Yunshan sat in the middle of the crowd, listening to the young ladies who used to be of noble status flattering her in a veiled manner. Given her previous status, she naturally wasn't qualified to attend the 70th birthday of the Duke Zhen Estate's Dowager Duchess. But now? Jiang Yunshan looked around with satisfaction. Who would dare to look down on her now? Little did she know that the noble young ladies in the distance were whispering, is this the concubine-born young lady of the general's estate? She's just a so-so. I don't know what kind of luck she had to be chosen by the imperial family. That's right. She's really become a phoenix now. Her Royal Highness Princess Royal is here with Princess Qingyang. When the voice sounded, the noisy reception hall suddenly quieted down. The Dowager Duchess, who was over 70 years old, personally stood up to welcome the Princess Royal. Jiang Yunshan clenched the handkerchief in her hand. When she came, the Dowager Duchess didn't even look at her and only sent her daughter-in-law to welcome her. As for Jiang Lingzhen, the moment she came in, the people who were originally around her all gathered around her. Jiang Yunshan could even see that many people were looking at her and Jiang Lingzhen, obviously comparing the two of them. She lowered her head and looked at her clothes. They were newly made and were made of fabric bestowed by the palace. Among the guests, they were considered to be of high quality, but they still couldn't be compared to the tribute on Jiang Lingzhen. Now that she only had one sister left, she would send one of the rare things she obtained to the Princess Royal's estate. The Princess Royal loved her daughter like a treasure, so these rare things were almost all used on Princess Qingyang, Jiang Lingzhen. Jiang Yunshan heard the women around her talking about the pigeon egg-sized eastern pearls on the tip of Princess Qingyang's shoes. They were the treasures presented by the northeastern king. The Empress received a pair, the Empress Dowager, who had been worshipping Buddha for a long time, received a pair, and the last pair was given to the Princess Royal. Who knew that Jiang Lingzhen would decorate it on the tip of her shoes? Just this pair of eastern pearls overshadowed the limelight of all the women present. Needless to say, the other things on Princess Qingyang were all rare treasures. Jiang Yunshan only felt that all the gazes were sneering at her. She couldn't stay any longer and told the people around her that she wanted to go out for a walk. She didn't know that when she saw her mother come over, she didn't get up to greet her. Instead, she avoided her. Many people saw this and secretly sneered at her for being a concubine's daughter who didn't know etiquette. When the crown prince came over, he immediately saw Gu Xingyin among the women. He had always thought that Jiang Lingjun would be his future wife. Although he felt that she was too old-fashioned and polite in front of him, overall, he was quite satisfied with this fiancée. Who would have thought that her father, the emperor, would send out a decree and betroth Jiang Yunshan to her as her concubine? The moment he heard the decree, he thought in his heart, if cousin Zhen did not marry him, who would she marry? Who would be his crown princess in the future? He could have as many women like Jiang Yunshan as he wanted. However, there were only a few women as beautiful as Jiang Lingjun in the entire Tianqi dynasty. Moreover, Jiang Lingjun was the only woman who had such a noble status and inviolable temperament. Ji Yi looked at Gu Xingyin, who was like the moon surrounded by stars in the crowd, and his eyes burned with passion. Who else was qualified to have such a beauty other than him, the future emperor? His state of mind was also quietly observed by others. Chapter 19. Gu Xingyin also noticed the possessive gaze of the crown prince. She only felt disgusted. Why was he pretending to be affectionate now? If he really had feelings for Jiang Lingjun, he wouldn't have done that with Jiang Yunshan. She felt disgusted, but she still had to pretend that she didn't know and joke with the people around her. Fortunately, the crown prince couldn't stay in the flower hall where the women were and quickly left. When they were about to leave the house of Duke, Gu Xingyin suddenly received a message from the system. You mean? Gu Xingyin widened her eyes in disbelief. These two people were too bold, right? The system just told her that the crown prince Ji Yi was in the rockery at the back of the house of Duke, with a servant girl. He really was a pervert. Gu Xingyin thought of the evaluation of the crown prince in the plot. She wondered what Jiang Yunshan would do if she saw the man she was about to marry like this. Gu Xingyin stood up and said to the ladies beside her, I heard that there are a few rare peonies in the back garden of the house of Duke. Why don't we go and see? Of course, no one would refuse. The eldest daughter of the house of Duke, Li Ruoxuan, even smiled and led everyone to the back garden. The peonies were indeed worthy of their reputation. Everyone was amazed. When they were about to leave, one of the ladies suddenly stopped and said, I think I heard something. Everyone heard and stopped in their tracks. Sure enough, they heard a woman sobbing in the distance. Li Ruoxuan, as the head of the house, saw that there were so many people on her side and dozens of servants following behind her. She was very brave and decided to go and see what was going on. It was rare for these young ladies to have this kind of exploration experience, so all of them were in high spirits. But the closer they got, the more they felt that something was wrong. Although her voice sounded like she was sobbing, it was mixed with an indescribable charm. Her voice was so sweet that it could make one's face and ears turn red. A few of the older ladies had already secretly blushed, while the younger ones who didn't know anything still had a confused look on their faces. The experienced maids' faces changed. Ladies, the things in front are not suitable for you to see. Let us go and see what is going on. A few of the older maids looked at each other and looked in the direction of the voice. Ah! An ear-piercing scream was heard, followed by a man's cursing voice, You blind old thing, come and spoil my good fortune. Everyone saw an old granny being kicked to the ground. Hearing the man's voice, it was actually Crown Prince Ji Yi. What happened? There were special patrolling guards in the backyard of Duke Xingguo's mansion. When they heard the scream, they rushed over and saw an old nanny lying on the ground. They didn't understand what had happened and all rushed over. By the time the womenfolk reacted, it was already too late to stop it. His Highness the Crown Prince's clothes were disheveled, and his maidservant, whose face was full of lust, was exposed to everyone. In less than a quarter of an hour, the news of the Crown Prince's love affair had spread throughout the entire Duke Manor. Gu Xingyin watched with interest as Jiang Yunshan's face turned ashen. She wondered if Jiang Yunshan had ever thought that she would have such a day when she seduced the Crown Prince. The order from the palace came very quickly. It meant that no one was allowed to spread the news. But there were so many guests at Duke Xingguo's mansion that day. Who could stop the gossip? Everyone was interested in the secret of the imperial family. In less than 2 days, the entire Shangjing city was talking about the unspeakable things between the crown prince and the maidservant of Duke Shengguo's mansion. Chapter 20. Pa. Another white and blue teacup fell to the ground. Jiang Yunshan was still angry as she swept the other teacup on the table to the ground. Whenever she thought of the Guaduc Manor's people looking at her with eyes filled with schadenfreude or pity, she could not suppress the anger in her heart. Reporting to the second miss, the princess is here to visit. The maid outside the door carefully replied. I won't see her. Jiang Yunshan was in a fit of anger, so how could she be in the mood to see anyone, especially Jiang Lingjun, who she always wanted to surpass? Aya, let me see. What happened to the crown prince's concubine? Gu Shengyin came in and saw the mess in the room. That's right, she was here to deliberately provoke Jiang Yunshan. Jiang Yunshan saw Gu Shengyin come in and her expression changed. How did you come in? Lu Yi. Didn't I say no one is allowed to come in? She said to her maid behind Jiang Lingjun. Gu Shengyin waved her hand to have Lu Yi leave. Lu Yi was a little hesitant. Gu Shengyin's face turned cold. What? Do my words not carry any weight in the great general's residence? Lu Yi hesitated for a moment. If she went out now, she would at most be reprimanded by the second miss. If she disobeyed the orders of the princess. Lu Yi shuddered. The eldest princess would definitely not let her go. Lu Yi humbly left and even considerately closed the door. Jiang Yunshan angrily glared at her maid. She turned around to see Gu Shengyin looking at her with a smile. What did elder sister come here for? She revealed a smile. Now was not the time to fall out with Jiang Lingjun. Gu Shengyin suddenly walked in front of Jiang Yunshan and said in a malicious voice, I just came to see. When you found out that your future husband was cheating with a maid, how did you feel? Oh, that's right. Gu Shengyin looked at Jiang Yunshan and added, no matter what you think, you can only keep it in your heart and vent your anger on a few servants. After all, you are only a concubine and have no right to make trouble. Jiang Yunshan was a little dumbfounded. She had never expected to hear such words from Jiang Lingjun. After a while, she sneered and said, I thought you were really as pure and harmless as you looked on the outside, with no regard for worldly affairs. It turns out that you're just good at pretending. Gu Shengyin didn't take this accusation to heart. She looked around and found a seat that wasn't affected and sat down elegantly. I can't compare to you. You know what? Looking at your face when you heard the news in the Dukshan manor, how happy was I? When you heard the news, did you feel as disgusted as if you had eaten a fly? When I saw you and the crown prince in the back mountain of the hidden dragon temple, I had the same feeling. This is truly the heavenly Tao's reincarnation cycle. Who will the heavens spare? Gu Shengyin looked with satisfaction at Jiang Yunshan's face turning pale because of her words. You know? Jiang Yunshan never thought that what she thought was a secret was no longer a secret. I know a lot of things. Gu Shengyin suddenly stood up and approached Jiang Yunshan. Looking at her panicked face, she smiled and said in her ear, Who pushed me down at the temple fair? A few days ago, my horse was drugged by someone with hallucinogenic drugs. I'm very clear about all these things. Jiang Yunshan, don't you want to play? I, Jiang Lingjun, will play with you. After saying this, Gu Shengyin didn't care about Jiang Yunshan's expression and walked out. Chapter 21. Host, why did you purposely scare her? The system was puzzled. Gu Shengyin's face was bright. Did I scare her? What I said was the truth. Whether she thinks too much or not, it's up to her. System, I feel that the host is developing in an incredible direction. Ji received the news from his subordinates and read it carefully twice. He covered his mouth and chuckled. I thought it was a lazy and noble Persian cat, but it turned out to be a little wild cat baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. He only felt that Jiang Lingjun was more adorable like this. He couldn't wait to go to her side and see her. Gu Shengyin sat on a chair and listened to Hu Zhu's report. She said that during this period of time, second young mistress had been very suspicious. The food in the manor was tested for poison in advance before she was allowed to eat it. The courtyard was tightly guarded. She smiled. Jiang Yunshan really was scaring herself. Even if she really wanted to make a move, she wouldn't choose to do it in the general's fu. After all, she was the crown prince's future Tsefei. If something happened, although it wouldn't be serious, the general's fu would still be in some trouble. Soon, it was the day of Jiang Yunshan's marriage. A Tsefei couldn't be married, couldn't be carried in a sedan chair, and didn't have the right to walk through the front door. In addition, the Princess Royal of Wen City really hated Jiang Yunshan, so she hastily prepared some dowry for her. It was just to give her face, so the general's fu didn't even have red lanterns. Fortunately, there was the imperial family's reward. Outsiders saw that Jiang Yunshan was very beautiful, but people with discerning eyes could see that this new crown prince Tsefei was not loved by her family. The crown prince didn't care much about her. If he really cared, he wouldn't have fooled around with a servant girl a few days before the wedding. Jiang Yunshan would quickly find that marrying the crown prince wasn't as good as she imagined. Returning home after 3 days, Jiang Yunshan returned to the general's fu alone. It was very ostentatious. After all, she was the only mistress of the crown prince's harem. Gu Xingyin looked at her well-dressed face and chuckled in his heart. He wondered what was left behind after the layers of makeup were removed from her smile. She had the system in her hands and naturally knew that the crown prince had taken a fancy to Jiang Yunshan's servant girl, Lu Xiu, the day after the wedding night. Princess Royal of Wen City didn't attend because she was sick. Only the general received Jiang Yunshan hastily. Jiang Yunshan didn't seem to be willing to stay in the great general's residence. After lunch, she hurried back to the crown prince's residence. In the following days, Gu Xingyin had a very leisurely and comfortable life. Every day, he would listen to the messages sent by the system, admire the flowers and birds, and wait for the right time. This opportunity came very quickly. The empress punished a newly favored low-rank concubine in the palace. Unexpectedly, that concubine was pregnant and caused her to lose her child. That woman was also smart. Taking advantage of the emperor's pity for her, she didn't say anything bad about the empress. She only lamented that she didn't have the fortune to be able to give birth to the imperial family and so on. The imperial family had few people to begin with, so the emperor was displeased with the empress. At this moment it was as if a gust of wind had suddenly blown through the entire imperial city. Rumors of the crown prince harming commoners had spread throughout the city overnight. There were all kinds of versions, and the detailed addresses and names all matched up. Originally, the emperor thought that someone was maliciously slandering the crown prince and only ordered the commoners not to spread it. Who knew that all kinds of rumors would spread, and there were even people who claimed to be the victim's family members. Only then did he take it seriously and order the secret guards to investigate. This investigation made the emperor's heart slightly cold. Chapter 22. Bang! Crown Prince knelt on the ground, and a memorial was thrown to him. Look at it yourself. How did the people in the imperial court impeach you? You are unethical, cruel, and heartless. You can't bear the burden of the country. The emperor was furious. Crown Prince panicked. He had heard a lot of rumors recently. He thought he did those things secretly. How did it spread out? He couldn't admit it. Crown Prince kowtowed to the emperor. Father, I'm innocent. Someone must have framed me. I hope you can investigate it thoroughly. Innocent? The emperor sneered and threw another document to Crown Prince. Look at it yourself. Crown Prince picked it up and looked at it. His hands began to tremble. The time and place were clearly recorded on it. It was exactly what he thought he did secretly. It turned out that his father had already investigated it thoroughly. Yenxing, you let me down. The matter ended when the emperor suppressed all the memorials to impeach Crown Prince and grounded him for a month. However, although the storm in the imperial court was suppressed, the rumors among the people couldn't be stopped. For a while, Crown Prince's voice among the people dropped to the lowest point in history. Go and find out who released the news. Ji Yu stood there. Her whole person was like a bamboo, beautiful and tall. Master, I can't find out. The person kneeling in front of Jiyu lowered his head. Jiyu pondered. This secret guard was left to her by the late empress. Over the years, their strength had improved under her management. They were not worse than the emperor's personal secret guard. How could there be something they couldn't find out? The news seemed to appear out of thin air. I can't find any clues. Okay, I know. Jiyu waved her hand to let the person leave. What a coincidence. Gu Xingyin opened her eyes wide. Jiyu looked at Gu Xingyin's surprised face and thought it was not a coincidence. I came for you. He was wearing a brocade robe and a jade belt today. He looked like a young master from an aristocratic family. He looked more human than before. It was the Qixi festival. Everywhere was brightly lit, reflecting the shadows of the pedestrians on the street. Where are Hu Zhu and Lin Lang? Gu Xingyin belatedly realized that the maidservants and guards who had been following her had disappeared. I asked someone to send them away. Let's have some fun tonight. Jiyu leaned close to Gu Xingyin's ear and whispered. Her hot breath dyed the skin around her ear with a layer of gorgeous color. Seeing this, Jiyu's eyes darkened. She reached out and held Gu Xingyin's hand. Follow me closely. Don't get separated. The streets were filled with well-dressed women. Gu Xingyin followed Jiyu all the way and finally stopped at a deserted lakeside. Not far ahead, there were two bright lanterns hanging. When the light shone on the place where the two of them were standing, it was already somewhat weak. In the distance, there was a clamor of people, but this place was quiet and peaceful. Jiyu did not let go of Gu Xingyin's hand. He tilted his head to look at Gu Xingyin's lowered profile. Looking at the first snow from the city wall, looking at the beauty under the lamp. Gu Xingyin's face, under the hazy and amorous light, showed a kind of amazing beauty. Ah, Zhen. Jiyu felt that his throat was a little dry. I gave you the passion-summoning flower. Do you like it? Gu Xingyin was a little nervous. It was not that she did not have feelings for Jiyu, but it was destined to be a relationship without a future. Jiyu would die and pass away, but she was equivalent to having eternal life. What was more desperate than not having it, was losing it after having it. In a hurry, Gu Xingyin suddenly said a sentence. Huh? How do you know my name? Chapter 23. Jiyu secretly sighed, knowing that Gu Xingyin was avoiding his question. He looked at the girl in front of him who was obviously a little flustered but tried to pretend to be calm, like a little beast with its fur standing on end. His heart softened, and he could not harden his heart to force her. He reached out his hand and gently rubbed Gu Xingyin's head. Not only do I know that you are called Ah Zhen, I also know that your mother is Princess Royal of Wen City, and your father is the war god general. Seeing Gu Xingyin's eyes widening, Jiyu chuckled. Speaking of which, I am your real cousin. Gu Xingyin said to the system, why did he reveal his identity? The crown prince is now imprisoned by the emperor. If he is found outside, the consequences should be very serious, right? The system, maybe, he is sure that you will not tell anyone. Jiyu looked at Gu Xingyin, his expression changed from confusion to shock. You are. He covered Gu Xingyin's mouth. Be good, this is not the time to say this name. Ah Zhen, promise me, even if it is your mother, you will not tell her. Gu Xingyin nodded. Jiyu let go of Gu Xingyin's hand and suddenly asked, did the crown prince come to see you recently? Gu Xingyin's face suddenly became very ugly. Yes, the crown prince came to see Gu Xingyin twice recently. The meaning behind his words was nothing more than to coax Gu Xingyin, saying that the person in his heart had always been her, asking her to wait for him. When the crown prince ascended the throne, Gu Xingyin would be the empress of the world. Of course, the crown prince was not satisfied. He had always regarded Gu Xingyin as his own. Suddenly, his fiancée became his real cousin. How could the overbearing crown prince accept this? If it was another teenage girl, she might have been moved by the crown prince's sweet words, but this Jiang Lingzhen's body was filled with Gu Xingyin. She had thoroughly seen through the crown prince's scumbag nature. Jiyu saw her expression and knew that she was right. His expression darkened. He suddenly grabbed Gu Xingyin's hand and bent down. Gu Xingyin's eyes widened in an instant. The touch on her lips told her clearly what had happened. Jiyu only felt that this feeling was exceptionally sweet. Looking at Gu Xingyin's dazed expression, he let out a chuckle. That chuckle was deep and seductive, and Gu Xingyin felt that the defensive wall she had built in her heart was on the verge of collapsing. Then, she blacked out as Jiyu raised her hand to cover her eyes. Gu Xingyin sat in the carriage in a daze, recalling what had just happened. That kiss made her dizzy. After that, Jiyu seemed to have said a few words, but she did not hear them. She knew that Jiyu's subordinate had informed him that it was time to go back. Then Jiyu held her hand and brought her to the market from before. The servants of the eldest princess manor were looking for her. Princess. Hu Zhu immediately saw Gu Xingyin in the crowd. She was filled with joy as she quickly ran over. Gu Xingyin turned around and found that the person holding her hand had already disappeared. There were only the words he had said before he left that rang in her ears. "Azhen, you have to wait for me. I promise that in less than a year, I will personally visit Aunt and ask for your hand in marriage in a grand manner." System, what should I do? I might have really fallen in. Gu Xingyin said in a helpless voice, but there was a trace of a smile on her lips. The system was silent for a bit. Host, the system does not prohibit the host from having any extra feelings with the people of the 3,000 worlds. There was one thing that it did not say. No matter how deep and sweet the feelings were, it could not compare to the endless passage of time. Chapter 24. Jiang Yunshan, who had become the crown prince's concubine, had been very active recently. She had already held several banquets. Since they had already shed all pretense of cordiality, Gu Xingyin did not need to wrong herself. She did not attend every time because she was sick. In the circle of aristocratic families, everyone knew that the relationship between the crown prince's concubine and his sister Princess Qingyang was not good. Along with this, the relationship between the crown prince's concubine and the great general's palace was also very deep. The crown prince had expressed his dissatisfaction more than once. Why did he agree to marry Jiang Yunshan? Other than his royal father's decree, the most important thing was that Jiang Yunshan was born in the great general's palace. Behind her stood the eldest princess and the great general. If Jiang Yunshan was not loved by the two, then this move was completely wrong. Jiang Yunshan's days in the crown prince's palace were not as glorious as people thought. The crown prince was very troubled. His mother was old and her influence on his royal father was not as good as before. He had heard that his royal father had recently taken in several young and beautiful concubines. It had been a long time since he had gone to his mother's palace. Gu Xingyin did not care about these two people's worries. She ate and played every day. Occasionally she would deal with the young men who admired her and appease a certain jealous lover. Zhen's charm is still the same as before. Surrounded by wolves, I toss and turn, unable to sleep. Gu Xingyin looked at the letter in her hand. She was a bit speechless. That kind of immortal-like man could actually say these kinds of words. On the other hand, she felt a little sweet in her heart. That kind of immortal-like man was saying these kinds of words for her. Until the system reminded her that something had happened to Jiang Yunshan. She was poisoned. The system said. The exact news quickly spread to the palace. When Jiang Yunshan was inviting the ladies and young misses to admire the flowers, she suddenly felt an itch on her face. When she went back, there were countless red bumps on her face. When she saw people again, her head was covered with a thick veil and only her eyes could be seen. It was said that the crown prince's palace's doctors came in and out and the concubine's room was changed every 2 or 3 days. Jiang Yunshan's veil had never been taken off. Concubine, it's time to apply medicine. Lu Yi carefully said from outside the door. Come in. After a long time, Jiang Yunshan's voice came from the room. Lu Yi gently pushed the door open and came in. She placed the tray on the table and didn't dare to raise her head to look at the person sitting on the couch. Then, she quietly left. Creak. Jiang Yunshan waited until the door closed for a long time before she reached out to remove the veil on her head. Her hands were trembling, but she still took off the mask. The smooth surface of the mirror showed the face of an evil spirit. Those red lumps had already turned into pus and black blood was oozing out. There was a strange smell in the air, and there was not a single unscathed spot on his face. Even she herself wanted to vomit when she looked at her face. However, those useless people from the Imperial Hospital couldn't even find out the reason. The Crown Prince. Ah, her good husband. Ever since he came to see her, he never stepped into this room again. She originally thought that he would be her lover, but it turned out that he was just greedy for her beauty. Looking at the disgusting face in the mirror, Jiang Yunshan quickly applied medicine and put on a new veil, only revealing a pair of venomous eyes. Jiang Lingzhen, it must be her. She knew what she had done previously. This time, her face must have been her revenge. Jiang Yunshan fiercely gritted her teeth. Jiang Lingzhen, since you're this evil, don't blame me for being ruthless. I'm already close to hell, how can you be alone in this world? Chapter 25. Jiang Yunshan entered the palace. She gritted her teeth and swore that her face had been poisoned by someone. She begged the empress to find the person with evil intentions behind the scenes. At the time, the emperor had been present. He placed some importance on Jiang Yunshan, this daughter-in-law who entered his dreams with the sun and moon. Also, the Crown Prince Fu was heavily guarded. Today, someone could silently poison the Ce Fei in the Crown Prince's palace. Maybe in the future, that person could also poison her in the Imperial Palace. Investigate. It had to be investigated. Ji Yu naturally received this news. The smile on his face was very meaningful. Investigate? Perfect, I have prepared some interesting things for you as gifts. The result of the secret guard's investigation in the Crown Prince Fu was that they did not know what caused the poison on Jiang Yunshan's face, but they found some things in other places of the Crown Prince's inner courtyard. For example, a strange flower from the western regions, Mi Xiang Tua. This kind of thing was very rare in the Tianqi dynasty. After the imperial doctor of the Imperial Hospital analyzed its composition, they came to a conclusion. This thing had the effect of causing hallucinations. If it was added to a person's diet, not only would it cause illusions, it could even affect a person's dreams. The emperor's expression immediately became ugly. Emperors were very suspicious. He immediately thought of the dream he had with the empress. The sun and moon were like a dream. This should have been a great auspicious omen, but in the recent days, not only did he not see where the auspicious omen was, the Crown Prince's Fu kept on having accidents. Jiang Yunshan, the Crown Prince's Nutsafei, was not any different from normal people. He suspected that someone had done something to his palace. The hidden dragon hall where the emperor lived was completely investigated. As expected, in an inconspicuous corner of the hall, the Mi Xiang Tua was found in an ornamental pouch. The emperor was enraged. How could someone so casually add something to his palace? Today, it was just a Mi Xiang Tua. What if someone wanted his life in the future? Who had done this? Who would benefit the most from his strange dream? The emperor's expression was dark. He did not summon the Crown Prince. Instead, he immediately gave the order to investigate the inner palace. The inner palace was the empress' jurisdiction. The emperor gave the order to investigate the inner palace but did not inform the empress. There was naturally something fishy about this. The empress hurriedly dressed and came to Hidden Dragon Hall. Your Majesty, may I know why you've made such a big fuss? The empress was over 40 years old, and her complexion was well maintained. Although she couldn't be compared to those teenage girls, she had the charm of a mature woman. Moreover, the years of being in a high position gave her a noble temperament that ordinary people could not compare to. The emperor looked at the woman he had doted on for many years and did not say anything. The so-called dream of the sun and moon this time happened to be a dream that he and the empress had at the same time. It was still unknown how much water there was in it and what role the empress played. Yesterday, I dreamt that my ancestors warned me that there was an evil spirit in the palace, so I wanted to investigate it thoroughly, the emperor said. He noticed that there was a trace of unnaturalness in the empress' eyes, and his suspicions grew. This thorough investigation in the palace lasted for several days, although the emperor strictly ordered that it be kept secret. Some of the aristocratic families in the imperial city, such as the great general's residence, received the news. No one knew what had happened, but for a moment, the entire imperial city became much quieter. After 10 days, the dust finally settled on the investigation of the palace. However, the results of the investigation made the emperor furious. He directly went to the empress' palace. "My good empress, I didn't know that you had done so many things in 20 years. The emperor gritted his teeth as he looked at the empress. He threw a pile of things at her feet. Chapter 26. The empress' hands were steady. She slowly picked up the documents on the ground. There was a detailed list of things, such as which opponents she had persecuted when she was young, which concubines she had caused to have miscarriages, or who she had framed. The empress was not afraid. Those people had long been a pile of bones buried under the palace. The emperor might not even remember what they looked like, let alone severely punish the empress who had accompanied him for 20 years. It was just that her image in the emperor's mind was shattered. The older she was, the harder it would be for her to be favored. She did not care about what happened to herself. She was only worried that the emperor would hate her crown prince. When she flipped to one of the places, the empress' hands trembled. She saw the name. So that was it. She wondered why the emperor was so emotional. It turned out that he had found this. The former empress, her sister, the current emperor's empress, the woman she could not erase from the heart of the man in front of her. "Your Majesty, what is the meaning of this?" After the extreme panic, the empress slowly calmed down. "What is it?" The emperor used to admire the empress' calm face, but now he felt that this face was so disgusting. "Ali's difficult birth was not an accident? I want you to tell me personally." The emperor looked at the empress with red eyes. "Didn't your Majesty already investigate clearly? Why do you still ask me?" The empress gently tidied up her slightly messy hair. "Yes, it was me. I was jealous of my sister. When she gave birth, I bribed the midwife. I planned to kill both the mother and the child. I didn't expect the little one to be so lucky." Slap. The empress' face was slapped to one side. "Vicious woman." The empress suddenly laughed. "Vicious woman? Yes, I am a vicious woman. Lila Juan was the most perfect and kindest woman. But wasn't she killed by me without a sound? I became the empress, my son became the crown prince, and she? Her son is still a monk in the temple." The emperor trembled with anger. He looked at the woman who had accompanied him for more than 20 years and felt that he had never known her. "Come, the empress has a sudden illness. It is inconvenient for her to see guests. The Phoenix Palace is closed." The emperor left the empress' palace without looking back. During this period of time, the imperial city always had a feeling that a storm was coming. The empress was seriously ill and refused to see any guests. The crown prince was under house arrest. Many people sensed that the Tianqi dynasty was about to change. Especially at this time, the emperor suddenly issued an edict to welcome back the first prince who had been praying for the royal family in the hidden dragon temple. In all these years, the first prince had been an invisible person in the imperial city. Many people had almost forgotten that he used to be the most revered prince, but he had spent 10-some years in a poor temple. "Has His Majesty finally figured it out?" the general asked his wife. They all knew that the late empress was a hurdle that the emperor could not get over. The young husband and wife were at the peak of their love. The late empress died at the most beautiful time, and from then on, she became a drop of cinnabar in the emperor's heart that could not be erased. The first prince, Jianghu, was undoubtedly lamentable. The emperor blamed the late empress' death on him and never liked him. He was the son of the first wife of the Empress Yuan. In the palace, he was even worse than a servant. In the end, the emperor did not even want to see him and sent him to the hidden dragon temple when he was young. At that time, the general and a group of important officials had tried to dissuade the emperor, but the emperor was determined and there was no room for negotiation. That child has finally made it. These years, it has been hard on him. One city's eldest princess was also quite emotional. Chapter 27. Why are you here? Gu Shengyin widened her eyes at the man who suddenly appeared in front of her. At this time, shouldn't he be in the palace? Jiyu gently smiled. You can go to the palace at any time, but you can't see Zhen at any time. Gu Shengyin felt that this person's ability to speak sweet nothings was getting better and better. As soon as the first prince returned to the palace, the emperor held a grand banquet and invited all the aristocratic families and officials to attend. The grandeur of the banquet made people speechless. Anyone with a discerning eye knew that the emperor was building momentum for the first prince who had just returned to the palace. Gu Shengyin attended with her parents. Jiyu came out with the emperor and everyone's eyes were on him. This was the first prince who had lived in the temple for more than 10 years. Many people were surprised. They thought that they would see a timid first prince who didn't have the slightest demeanor of an imperial family, but they didn't expect Jiyu to be such a person. Could it be that the imperial family's genes were so powerful that the first prince was born with such a dragon and phoenix appearance? Gu Shengyin looked at Jiyu from afar, who was sitting below the emperor. He was wearing a dark purple robe today, which outlined his slender figure at a glance. His ink-black hair was tied up by a jade crown, revealing all of his exquisite facial features. His eyebrows and eyes were so picturesque. As if he sensed her gaze, Jiyu suddenly turned his head and met Gu Shengyin's eyes. He slowly revealed a smile to her. Gu Shengyin blinked at him. Hiss. She heard a gasp. Heavens, His Highness the First Prince is so handsome. A young lady next to Jiyu was obviously fascinated by his smile. She lowered her head and whispered to her female companion. Gu Shengyin was secretly proud. Such a handsome person was reserved by her, Gu Shengyin. At the end of the banquet was the main event. The emperor personally held Jiyu's hand and personally bestowed him the title, Prince Yu. As soon as this was said, the officials were in an uproar. The word imperial had always been exclusive to the emperor. Now that it was given to the first prince by the emperor's meaning was obvious. Moreover, neither the empress nor the crown prince attended the banquet, which indirectly indicated the emperor's attitude. The way many people looked at Jiyu had changed. Many ministers who had women of the right age in their families had set their sights on Jiyu. After the palace banquet ended, Gu Shengyin didn't have time to speak with Jiyu and returned home with her parents. Everyone could see Prince Yu's glory and favor. The emperor had even built a new palace for him. Once a prince reached adulthood and was crowned king, it was customary for him to leave the palace and build his own residence. Only one person could always live in the palace, and that was the crown prince. The emperor even proposed to take a concubine for him, but was stopped by Jiyu. Why? The emperor asked curiously. Jiyu's face reddened. This son already has a woman in his heart. The emperor was surprised. Oh. Which family's young miss was she? If your statuses are suitable, I can grant you a marriage. If your statuses aren't suitable, I'm afraid she will be wronged. Jiyu hesitated for a moment. It's the young miss who sat next to my aunt in one city that day. The emperor thought for a moment and suddenly smiled. I know, you're talking about your aunt in one city's only daughter, Princess Qingyang. I watched Zhen grow up from a young age, and he has a good character. If you like, I can grant you a marriage. Jiyu shook his head. Father Emperor, she still doesn't know me. This kind of marriage is too sudden. I hope she will also have a good impression of me. The emperor looked at the blush on Jiyu's face, which resembled his mother's, and suddenly thought of himself and Lu in the past. The emperor laughed. All right, you young people like to be in love with each other. How about this? I will give a decree to let you learn the art of war from the great general and let you see Zhen more often. My son is so outstanding, he will definitely be able to win the heart of a beauty. He was just testing the waters. After all, the great general had a large number of troops. If Jiyu had already colluded with him, but Jiyu's words just now dispelled the last trace of hesitation in his heart. Thinking about it, Jiyu was just a young man who admired Zhen. That day, when he saw Zhen's stunning appearance, he was moved. Jiyu lowered his head and hid the cold light in his eyes. Many thanks, Father Emperor. Chapter 28. As a result, the great general's manor had a new visitor, which was the newly promoted His Highness Prince Yu. The great general was a bit vexed recently. This His Highness Prince Yu was truly a genius. Whether it was arranging troops or strange formations, he could understand them all with just a hint. This made the great general, who always cherished talents, very satisfied. However, no matter how satisfied he was with Prince Yu, the great general could not have a good impression of him. Jiyu, this brat, he did not even try to hide the way he looked at Zhen. No father would have a good impression of a man who tried to steal his precious daughter. What made the great general even more depressed was that his wife, who should have been on the same side as him, actually looked quite satisfied with Prince Yu. Today will end here. Does your highness want to stay in the manor to eat lunch? The great general said stiffly. The great general's hospitality, it would be impolite for me to refuse. Ji Yu accepted with a smile. The great general was choked by Ji Yu's straightforwardness. To be honest, although Ji Yu ran to the great general's manor every day, there was almost no chance for the two of them to be alone. Although the customs of the Tianqi dynasty were more open, unmarried men and women still needed to avoid each other. After Ji Yu left, the eldest princess of Wen City specially pulled Gu Xingyin into a room. What do you think of Prince Yu? Gu Xingyin did not speak, but her face quietly turned red. The eldest princess of Wen City saw her daughter like this and already knew the answer. She secretly sighed. I think His Highness Prince Yu is a good person, much better than the crown prince. But looking at Imperial Brother's current state, I'm afraid there will be a change in the crown prince. Prince Yu's future is limitless. I don't want you to go to that place, you need to think carefully. Gu Xingyin looked at the eldest princess of Wen City's expression and her heart was moved. This woman, towards Jianghu, she really doted on her like she was the apple of her eye. She could not help but reach out and hug the eldest princess of Wen City. Just like when she was young, she leaned her head on her mother's leg. Ever since Jianghu grew up, she rarely acted like this. The eldest princess' nose turned sour. How could she still remember the crown prince and Prince Yu? Looking at her daughter, her heart melted into a puddle of water. Another month passed, and tribes came to the northwest border to invade. The emperor appointed the great general as the commander, and Prince Yu as the deputy commander, leading an army of 200,000 to the west. The direction of the court was already clear. The crown prince and the empress were still under house arrest. The emperor sending Prince Yu out this time was clearly to pave the way for him. When he returned to the capital with a great victory, when Prince Yu's reputation reached its peak, that would be the time when the emperor deposed the crown prince. The day before the battle, Gu Xingyin and Ji Yu met. Zhen. Ji Yu looked at Gu Xingyin with shining eyes. Wait for me. When the army returns, I will go to the general's residence to ask for your hand in marriage. Gu Xingyin just looked at him with a smile. Ji Yu suddenly sighed and walked forward to pull Gu Xingyin into her arms. Zhen, I can see that you have feelings for me. I, Ji Yu, like you. One day, I hope to hear the same words from your mouth. He said in a low voice beside Gu Xingyin's ear. Giving Gu Xingyin a final hug, Ji Yu turned and left. He did not turn back, so he did not know that Gu Xingyin behind him was staring at his back until she could not see anything. System, he does not know that I have already said those words countless times in my heart. Gu Xingyin said quietly. I, Gu Xingyin, like Ji Yu. Chapter 29. This battle lasted longer than expected, but the result did not change much. A year later, the 200,000 soldiers returned to the court. In this year, Prince Yu's name, Jiyu, was widely known, especially when he led a group of soldiers deep into the enemy's camp and took the head of the enemy's leader. This was also spread by the citizens of the Tianqi dynasty. Today was the day that the army returned to the court. Countless people flooded the streets and stopped on both sides of the road, wanting to admire His Highness Prince Yu's style. Gu Xingyin was also part of this group. She and the eldest princess of Wen City were together, protected by a few servants. They stood in the crowd, waiting for the victorious hero. Very quickly, the army appeared at the city gates. The great general was riding a tall horse at the front, followed closely by Jiyu, who was dressed in silver-white armor. After a year of military service, his elegant and jade-like face had a hint of murderous aura. Just a casual glance could cause people to blush. Gu Xingyin's position was very good. Not only could she see the great general and Jiyu clearly, but she could also be seen by them at a glance. She also gave Jiyu a big gift, evidence of the crown prince's collusion over the years. The assassins might have already appeared on the emperor's case. At this time, Jiyu's reputation was at its peak, and the emperor already had a change of heart. With this strong medicine, there was no room for negotiation. Jiyu looked up and saw Gu Xingyin. He urged his horse over and was about to say something to Gu Xingyin when his expression suddenly changed. Suddenly, a few silhouettes emerged from the crowd with weapons in their hands and rushed towards Jiyu. It was clear that their target was Jiyu. Gu Xingyin was immediately protected by the great general's guards. Seeing this, Jiyu relaxed slightly and focused on dealing with the assassins in front of him. These people had clearly been carefully trained, and their moves were tricky and ruthless, causing Jiyu to be at a disadvantage for a while. What was even worse was that the soldiers who were originally following behind Jiyu were also being held back. When the commoners saw the scene of the assassination, they were all scared silly. They completely ignored the Grand General's orders and began to scatter in all directions. For a moment, the situation was somewhat out of control. With a moment of carelessness, Jiyu's arm was slashed by an assassin, and the horse under him cried out, falling into a pool of blood. Jiyu rolled on the ground and landed not far from where Gu Xingyin was. Go and help His Highness Prince Yu. The eldest princess of Wen City made a prompt decision. The assassin's target was clearly Jiyu, and they were not in danger. The Grand Princess of Wen City regretted her decision countless times. She almost lost the most important person in her life. The great general's guards were all elites. With their help, the pressure of Jiyu was greatly reduced. Finally, all the assassins were killed. Jiyu heaved a sigh of relief and prepared to walk over. Gu Xingyin stood there looking at him with a smile, preparing to tell him that she had prepared a big surprise for him. Jiyu's expression suddenly became frightened, and he rushed towards Gu Xingyin without any regard for anything else. Gu Xingyin was confused, but the system's warning sounded in her mind, "Host, be careful," but it was already too late. A sharp pain came from her chest, and she looked down. It was a small dagger, and the owner of the dagger was a completely unfamiliar face. In a daze, Gu Xingyin felt that she had fallen into a warm embrace. Chapter 30. Jiyu's hands had never trembled like this before. In that moment, he felt that his world was about to collapse. The woman in his arms was slightly pale from the loss of blood, but she still tried to maintain her smile. Gu Xingyin felt a bit dizzy. She looked at Jiyu with some effort and suddenly remembered that she still had something to say to him. Did I tell you that I... Xingyue. Jiyu suddenly raised his hand to stop Gu Xingyin from speaking. Don't say it first. He buried his head in Gu Xingyin's neck, not letting anyone see his face. When you're better, tell me personally. Gu Xingyin was a bit dizzy at this time. She didn't reply to Jiyu and her consciousness fell into a deep sleep. Wen City's eldest princess almost fainted when she saw her daughter's state. She called for someone to bring the princess to the imperial physician with a trembling voice. She was surprised to see Jiyu suddenly stand up and carefully carry Gu Xingyin. What are you doing? Wen City's eldest princess asked. Go directly to the palace, don't waste time. Jiyu left without another word. When Gu Xingyin was awake, she didn't know what time it was. She didn't know how long she had slept. She only felt that her body was soft and she couldn't use any strength. System. Gu Xingyin shouted in her heart, where am I now? She was a bit afraid that she was in the space where she was first born. She admitted that she was a bit reluctant. She was reluctant to leave Wen City's eldest princess, reluctant to leave the general, and reluctant to leave Jiyu. The host has been unconscious in the mission world for 6 days. It is recommended that the host wake up as soon as possible, otherwise the mission will be hard to complete. The host's voice sounded. The system blamed itself. It didn't warn the host in time, causing the host to be injured. It decided to work hard in the future and be a more responsible system. Gu Shengyin opened her eyes. Everything that entered her eyes was a bit unfamiliar. This wasn't her room, nor was it anywhere in the general's residence. "Princess, you're awake?" A surprised voice was heard. Gu Shengyin took a closer look. It was a palace maid wearing a light green palace dress. Looking at her dress, Gu Shengyin knew that she was in the palace at the moment. The palace maid walked over happily and poured a cup of tea for Gu Shengyin. It was still warm, so she must have prepared it all along. Another palace maid hurriedly went out. "Princess, are you feeling unwell? Do you need any food?" The palace maid in green asked. Gu Shengyin shook her head slightly. At this moment, she felt extremely tired. Soon, a figure lifted the curtain and entered. Smelling the familiar lotus fragrance, Gu Shengyin knew that it was Jiyu. "Ah, Zhen." Jiyu's eyes were very bright. God knew how much he wanted to stay by his beloved's side and watch her wake up, but he couldn't. He couldn't let others, especially his imperial father, know how much he cared about her. That person was a standard emperor. He definitely wouldn't allow a woman to have such a deep influence on his successor. The two of them didn't spend much time talking to each other. Wen City's eldest princess and the general arrived very quickly. After hearing from the doctor that her daughter was fine and only needed to rest, Wen City's eldest princess brought Gu Shengyin back to the general's residence without any explanation. Gu Shengyin winked at Jiyu. After returning to the residence, Gu Shengyin was fed all kinds of supplements every day. She took the time to ask the system about the current situation. The system's answer was very detailed. Gu Shengyin provided the evidence of the crown prince's collusion, causing the emperor to fly into a rage. This was a taboo for those in power. How could they allow others to sleep beside their bed? In the emperor's heart, this matter was much more serious than poisoning the previous empress. The crown prince was now the deposed crown prince. Chapter 31. The two groups of assassins that attacked us that day. It was clear that the group of assassins that attacked Jiyu that day was not the same as the group that attacked her. The former's target was Jiyu, and the latter's target was clearly Jiang Lingjun. Gu Shengyin found it very strange. Jiang Lingjun was considered a typical young miss of an aristocratic family. She spent most of her life in the manor, only going out occasionally. She had never offended anyone. Who was it that wanted her life? It has already been investigated. The group of assassins that attacked Jiyu was the work of the crown prince and his henchmen. They were delusional in thinking that if Jiyu was killed, the crown prince's position would not be shaken. But they did not know that a crown prince that was disliked by the emperor no matter what, he no longer had a chance. "Then the person that tried to assassinate me?" Gu Shengyin asked. The system replied, "It was the outsider Jiang Yunshan." Actually, Gu Shengyin had already guessed that the person that wanted Jiang Lingjun to die the most was probably Jiang Yunshan. She didn't understand why Jiang Yunshan wanted to kill Jiang Lingjun when there wasn't any deep hatred between the two of them. The jealousy of humans was indeed terrifying. This outsider, she will not give up until she reaches the Yellow River. A few major events had happened in the imperial city recently. First, His Highness Prince Yu returned to court and encountered an assassination attempt. The emperor was furious. After a thorough investigation, the empress was imprisoned in Fengqi Palace. The crown prince was stripped of his title as a mediocre prince and was ordered by the emperor to guard the imperial mausoleum. The crown prince's side concubine Jiang Yunshan, who had been envied by everyone, silently disappeared from everyone's sight. Of course, these major events were overshadowed by the two events that followed closely behind. First, during the morning court session, the emperor conferred the title of the new crown prince of the Tianqi dynasty. Jiyu becoming the crown prince from Prince Yu was within everyone's expectations. Second, on the day the emperor conferred the title of crown prince, the general's manor also received a marriage decree from the palace. Princess Qingyang, Jiang Lingjun, became the crown princess of the new crown prince of the Tianqi dynasty. This brat, he actually directly asked the emperor for a marriage decree. The general was very unhappy. I think His Highness the Crown Prince is sincere to our Azhen. You didn't see His Highness the Crown Prince's expression when Azhen was attacked. Even I, as his mother, felt scared when I saw it. Wen City's eldest princess still felt a little flustered when she thought about it. Ji Yu's expression at that time was actually a little crazy. If Azhen hadn't woken up at that time, who knew what he would have done? Regardless of what the eldest princess and the great general thought, Gu Xingyin and Ji Yu, who were involved, were undoubtedly happy. The crown prince and crown princess wedding was discussed by the common people in the imperial city for a long time. Even after a long time, whenever a family held a wedding and someone said how grand the occasion was, there would always be others who would refute, grand? What was this? You haven't seen the wedding of His Majesty and Her Majesty back then. That was truly an unparalleled prosperity. Gu Xingyin completed her mission and became the noblest woman in the dynasty. The story of Tianqi dynasty Xingde Emperor and Empress Xiao Zhao was still talked about enthusiastically even after 1,000 years. Xingde Emperor was the only emperor who didn't take in any concubines in the harem. He only guarded the empress his entire life. Even when Empress Xiao Zhao passed away for less than a day, he followed her. Born in the same quilt, died in the same cave. These two people truly achieved this point. System, I finally know why humans only need to live a lifetime. Gu Xingyin returned to the pure white space. A tear fell from the corner of her eye. With such a person accompanying her, what was the point of asking for an afterlife? Her right hand seemed to still have the warmth of that person. At the last moment of her life, Ji Yu held Gu Xingyin's hand. Azhen, it is Ji Yu's fortune to be able to accompany you in this life. Chapter 32. Jiang Yunshan was originally not called Jiang Yunshan. When she woke up and found herself lying in an antique room, she was very excited. Transmigration, this was a word that was used too much in her world. She never thought that it would happen to her one day. Looking at the luxurious and elegant decorations in the room, the well-dressed maids respectfully called her second miss. Every day, she only needed to admire flowers and listen to music while waiting for people to serve her. She felt that there was nothing better in life than this. However, a person's desire could never be satisfied. After receiving Jiang Yunshan's memories, she found that the original body's noble identity and luxurious life was just a laughable perception. Jiang Yunshan was only a concubine's daughter. Above her, there was an older sister who was better than her in terms of background, appearance, and talent. Jiang Lingjun. Jiang Yunshan began to pay attention to Jiang Lingjun. After seeing Jiang Lingjun's life, she knew that her high-quality life was just a joke in other people's eyes. What Jiang Lingjun was wearing was a tribute from the palace. What Jiang Lingjun ate every day was personally made by the eldest princess who spent a lot of money to invite the best chef from Jiangnan. Jiang Lingjun liked bamboo. The general's mansion's backyard specially opened up a bamboo forest so that she could occasionally sit there when she was free. Jiang Lingjun's childhood sweetheart was the current crown prince. The more information she received, the more unbalanced Jiang Yunshan's heart became. Based on what? She was the one who transmigrated. She should be the true proud daughter of heaven. Jiang Lingjun was just a native. Based on what could she be compared to dust? This unwillingness, after seeing Jiang Lingjun in person, reached its peak. In Jiang Yunshan's memories, Jiang Lingjun's impression was not very deep. After all, the original body was as timid as a mouse. How could she dare to get close to such a dazzling older sister? She only knew that Jiang Lingjun was a very beautiful woman. But no matter how she imagined, she could not imagine that Jiang Lingjun would look like this. A national beauty, nothing more than this. Jiang Yunshan knew that there was a demon living in her heart. Its name was jealousy. The darkness in her heart continued to grow. She wanted to steal everything from Jiang Lingjun and step on this woman under her feet. Therefore, she planned to push Jiang Lingjun down at the temple fair. Unfortunately, Jiang Lingjun only had a scratch on her skin, which was not a big problem. Later on, she began to deliberately seduce the crown prince. When she saw the crown prince, she knew that such a man would not reject beauty that was sent to his doorstep. As expected, the crown prince took the bait without any hesitation after using a few tricks. However, things were completely different from what he had expected. Why did Jiang Lingjun not care at all? She had become the crown prince's concubine, but what about her? She became the only princess in the dynasty with a fief. She was still no match for her. Thus, she became crazier and crazier. But how could that woman, Jiang Lingjun, be so lucky? The horse was killed, but she was not hurt at all. And her face, Jiang Yunshan thought. Jiang Lingjun had come to take revenge on her. Other than her, who else would be so vicious as to poison her? She felt that Jiang Lingjun was vicious, but he never reflected on his mistakes. The crown prince's position was in jeopardy, and she, as the crown prince's concubine, had become a joke. Jiang Yunshan thought, then let's go to hell together. She finally received the news she wanted. Princess Qingyang, Jiang Lingjun, was assassinated and unconscious. It was unknown whether she was dead or alive. Unfortunately, before she received the news of her death, the emperor's white silk was sent to her residence. Jiang Lingjun, I will wait for you in hell. She closed her eyes with a smile. Chapter 33. Hua City International Airport was bustling with people. There were people coming and going here every day. People from different countries and different skin colors hurried by. Many passengers subconsciously looked in one direction when they passed by. It was a man in a suit, a pure black custom-made suit, perfectly outlining his tall and straight figure. On his handsome face, his brows were slightly furrowed, and his eyes had been looking in a certain direction of the airport. Obviously, he was waiting for someone. A few ladies who weren't in a hurry quietly stood nearby. They were curious as to who could make such a charming man wait for. Soon, they knew the answer. The man's eyes suddenly lit up. His expressionless face suddenly softened, and he quickly walked forward. Cece. Gu Xingyin, who was in the crowd, subconsciously raised her head and looked at the man walking towards her. She was looking at the man, and the people around her were looking at her. Because she was traveling, Qing Shiji was wearing relatively simple clothes. A light green waist-length dress outlined her entire figure. Wide sunglasses covered half of her face, and her light brown wavy hair added a charming feeling to her. Slender waist, long legs, fair skin, and beautiful appearance. These were the most realistic portrayals of Qing Shiji. Big brother. Qing Shiji gave the man a big smile, and then handed the suitcase in her hand to the man without hesitation. Qing Bushuan looked at his sister dotingly and played the role of a porter without complaint. If the employees in the company saw that gentle look, they would definitely exclaim that the general manager was possessed. Big brother, didn't second brother come? Qing Shiji, now Gu Xingyin, asked. Qing Bushuan replied, Qishuan has an art exhibition today. He really can't leave. Gu Xingyin pouted. No matter how busy he is, can he be more important than me, his sister? See if I don't exploit him ruthlessly when I go back. This time, Gu Xingyin was playing the role of Qing Shiji. She had the image of a little princess. She came from a wealthy family and was pampered. Therefore, she could act coquettishly and throw a tantrum. Qing Shiji was the youngest daughter of Qing Zhensheng and his wife, the head of the Qing group. Qing Zhensheng and his wife liked daughters, but they had 2 sons after their marriage. When their youngest daughter, Qing Shiji, was born, the couple was overjoyed. Not only did he personally visit a famous physiognomist to name his daughter Shiji, but he was also afraid that his daughter would not have a playmate. He even adopted a girl who was about the same age as Qing Shiji from a distant relative and raised her together. The status of the adopted daughter of the chairman of the Qing group was something that many people could only dream of. Naturally, the couple was more than willing. The adopted girl's name was Cheng Yiru. In name, she was Qing Shiji's older sister, which meant that she was the female supporting character in this world. When the original owner, Qing Shiji, was 18 years old. She was engaged to Yuan Hang, the second young master of the Yuan group, another group in Hua City. It was originally a marriage of equal social status. Unexpectedly, Yuan Hang fell in love with Qing Shiji's older sister, Cheng Yiru. Cheng Yiru also had feelings for Yuan Hang. The two of them had been secretly pulling each other. Even after Qing Shiji and Yuan Hang got married, they did not stop contacting each other. Qing Shiji had been neglected by her husband ever since they got married. One day, when she went out with her friends, she saw Yuan Hang and Cheng Yiru kissing in the parking lot. Only then did she know that her husband had an affair with her older sister. Chapter 34. Qing Shiji had been pampered by the Qing family since she was young and had never suffered such grievances. She made a scene at the Yuan Corporation and returned to the Qing family to tell her family about it. Qing Jinsheng and his wife were furious. Not only did they chase Cheng Yiru out of the Qing family, but they also divorced their daughter from Yuan Hang and stopped all business dealings with the Yuan Corporation. After Cheng Yiru was chased out of the Qing family, she lived a miserable life. She was used to living a luxurious life in the Qing family and it was difficult for her to live frugally. The money she earned could not meet her needs at all. Yuan Hang was also closely watched by the Yuan family and was not allowed to contact Cheng Yiru. In the end, Cheng Yiru had no choice but to sell her body. In the end, she contracted a terrible disease and died miserably. When she opened her eyes again, she returned to the year when she was 18 years old. The reborn Cheng Yiru hated Qing Shiji and the Qing family. Qing Shiji had schemed to seduce Yuan Hang. How could a young man like Yuan Hang resist a woman who had been through so much in her previous life? Soon, Yuan Hang obeyed Cheng Yiru's every word. Cheng Yiru said a lot of bad things about the Qing family to Yuan Hang openly and secretly, causing Yuan Hang to hate the Qing family, especially Qing Shiji. She even played dirty tricks on an important project of the Qing family and caused the Qing family to go bankrupt. When Qing Jinsheng and his wife went abroad for business, their plane crashed. Their eldest brother was accidentally injured by a group of drunk people in a bar and lost his life. The two artists who were devoted to art were also framed and accused of plagiarism. They could not resist the pressure of public opinion and committed suicide. Qing Shiji went from a luxurious life to an employee who had to work to pay off her debts. However, Cheng Yiru refused to let her go and hired a gangster to humiliate her. In the end, Qing Shiji could not bear the humiliation and committed suicide. Cheng Yiru and Yuan Hang held a wedding with everyone's blessings. Gu Xingyin came to Qing Shiji's body to reverse the changes in the world caused by Cheng Yiru's rebirth. Originally, after Qing Shiji divorced Yuan Hang, she was still the eldest daughter of the Qing family and was pampered by her family for a lifetime. After Gu Xingyin received the plot transmitted by the system, she felt disgusted by Cheng Yiru for no reason. It could be said that the Qing family had never mistreated Cheng Yiru. Everything was the same as Qing Shiji's. What about Cheng Yiru? Not only did she shamelessly seduce her younger sister's husband, everything that happened after that was her own fault. After her rebirth, she actually treated the Qing family as her lifelong enemy and caused their family to be destroyed. Gu Xingyin's mission was to protect the Qing family, expose Cheng Yiru's disguise, and kick away Yuan Hang, the scumbag who had let Qing Shiji down. Qing Buxuan drove his sister back to the Qing family's main residence. Mrs. Back. The butler, who had been guarding the door, saw Qing Buxuan's car at a glance. As soon as Gu Xingyin got off the car, she was embraced by a noble lady. "My precious Cece, I haven't seen you for a year and you've become even more beautiful." The lady looked at Gu Xingyin carefully and added, "You seem to have lost some weight. You won't be leaving this time, right? Mom will make soup for you every day. I must take good care of you until you're white and plump." Gu Xingyin didn't know whether to laugh or cry as she looked at the lady, who was Qing Shiji's mother, Biyao. Qing Shiji's mother, Biyao, was almost 50 years old, but she had taken good care of herself. She was graceful and beautiful. "Mom, are you going to raise me like a little pig?" Gu Xingyin's face was bitter, which made everyone tease her. "Dad." Gu Xingyin looked at the man standing beside Qing Shiji's mother. It was her father, Qing Jinsheng. Gu Xingyin, who knew the plot, knew that Qing Jinxing loved his daughter as much as his wife. It was just that men were more introverted and not good at expressing their feelings. She walked forward and gave her father a gentle hug. "Dad, I missed you so much." Chapter 35. The original Qing Shiji had been studying abroad. At the age of 17, she had already obtained a double bachelor's degree. Second brother went to an art exhibition. "What about sister?" Gu Xingyin asked. Hearing Qing Yiru's name, Qing Shiji's mother frowned. "I don't know what's wrong with Yiru recently. She's so mysterious every day. Sometimes, she doesn't even go home at night." After all, Qing Shiji's mother had raised her for more than 10 years. Qing Shiji's mother also had true feelings for Qing Yiru. Gu Xingyin thought to herself, Qing Yiru is busy, exchanging feelings, with Yuan Heng. Of course, she doesn't have time to go home. That's right, Qing Yiru had already been reborn. She was 1 year older than Qing Shiji. She was just 18 years old. She had just been reborn last month. "Cece." At this time, a voice came from behind. Before Gu Xingyin could turn around, a big hug surrounded her. It was second brother Qing Qishuan. Unlike the introverted and calm eldest brother Qing Buishuan, second brother Qing Qishuan's personality was worthy of the words, passionate like fire. Perhaps artists like them could only have a steady flow of inspiration if they always maintained such a passionate state of mind. Gu Xingyin looked at the family with a smile and secretly swore in her heart. In this life, she would never let that woman, Qing Yiru, destroy such a perfect family. "Dad, Mom, I'm back." Qing Yiru walked in and saw other people in the living room. Big brother, second brother. Qing Yiru's eyes swept across and saw another person sitting on the sofa. "Little sister, you're back?" Qing Yiru tried to control the hatred in her heart and shouted with a smile. Gu Xingyin slowly turned around, and their eyes met. Qing Shiji looked at Qing Yiru. She was wearing a tight shirt. She was only 18 years old, but she already had the capital to be proud of. The shirt was a little tight, and she wore a pair of denim shorts that perfectly showed off her long legs. Although her appearance was not as perfect as Qing Shiji's, it was enough to attract men. Qing Yiru was also looking at Qing Shiji. Her impression of Qing Shiji was still stuck in the memories of her previous life. At that time, Qing Shiji was already a married woman. She was mature and beautiful, like a full and seductive peach that could easily make people go crazy. The 17-year-old her was a little different from what he remembered. Her skin was sparkling and translucent like snow. It was obvious that she had been pampered since she was young and had not been able to give birth. Qing Yiru herself had also grown up in luxury, but she had never been able to maintain Qing Shiji's delicate skin. Come to think of it, some things were really innate. The current Qing Shiji still had a hint of immaturity in her eyes, but her exquisite facial features were already fully displayed. Especially the arrogance in her eyes, one could tell at a glance that this was a little princess who had been doted on by thousands of people. Qing Yiru hated Qing Shiji's arrogance the most. She was always like this and never needed to consider anything. The Qing family protected her too well and considered everything for her. She just needed to be a little princess in the lighthouse forever. "I told the family about my return a month ago." "Sister, you didn't even know." Gu Xingyin pouted unhappily and complained half-truthfully. Qing Yiru sneered in her heart. She had been back for a month and didn't even have time to sort out her memories from her previous life. How could she remember when she, Qing Shiji, would come back? Qing Shiji was like this. It was just a small matter of returning to the country, but she couldn't wait for the whole family to pick her up. Chapter 36. "Brother, I don't want to see it." Gu Xingyin hugged Qing Buishuan's hand and acted coquettishly. "You're a major shareholder of the Qing group. Of course, the people under you have to get to know you." Qing Buishuan was not ambiguous at all. Qing Jinxing and his wife loved their daughter as much as their life. They left Qing Shiji 20% of the shares of the huge Qing group. Qing Shiji was not interested in business, and Qing Jinxing and his wife did not intend to let their daughter be a strong woman. These shares and dividends alone were enough for Qing Shiji to live like a princess for the rest of her life. The headquarters of the Qing Group was located in a commercial office building in the center of Hua City. The new receptionist watched the general manager walk into the elevator with a perfect smile on her face. After that, she said to her companion excitedly, "Oh my God, the general manager is really handsome. But who is the girl beside him? She looks so young, but she's so beautiful. She can make the usually serious general manager smile so gently. Could she be his fiancée?" Another girl took out a mirror to see if her makeup was smudged. After hearing her companion's words, she sneered and said, "What fiancée? Haven't you heard that our general manager has a sister?" The new receptionist was puzzled. Didn't the general manager's sister come to the company a few days ago? A few days ago, Qingyiru came to the company. The old employee smiled. One is his biological daughter, and the other is his adopted daughter. Tell me, which one is the general manager's sister? Qing Zhenxing and his wife never hid the fact that Qingyiru was their adopted daughter. Therefore, when the Yuan group chose the marriage partner, they did not consider Qingyiru at all. Who is the girl beside your general manager? A man in a suit with a piercingly cold aura looked calmly at Gu Xingyin, who had one hand on Qing Buxuan's body. The casual public relations manager breathed a sigh of relief. He was arranged by the company to receive the young master of the Yuan group. The other party's aura was so terrifying that even he, who was used to seeing storms, felt a little breathless. Seeing that the young master of the Yuan group was attracted by other things, he breathed a sigh of relief and quickly replied, "That's our chairman's youngest daughter, the general manager's sister, Miss Qing Shiji." Qing Shiji. Yuan Su repeated this name a few times in his heart. He felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity when he looked at Qing Shiji. After thinking about it carefully, Yuan Su was sure that he had never seen her before. Thinking about it again, wasn't Qing Shiji from the Qing group the girl that his family wanted to marry? Was she Yuan Hang's future wife? For some reason, when Yuan Su thought of this possibility, he actually felt slightly irritated. It seemed that he needed to take a good rest after finishing all the work at hand. Yuan Su attributed this irritation to work being too busy. As if sensing something, Gu Xingyin turned around in confusion, but all she saw was a back view. Shaking her head, Gu Xingyin laughed at herself. She actually felt that Ji Yu was looking at her. But how was that possible? That person was different from him. He was no longer around. Thinking of Ji Yu, Gu Xingyin's mood instantly fell. What's wrong, Cici? Qing Buxuan noticed that something was wrong with his sister. Gu Xingyin shook her head, "I'm just a little tired." Qing Buxuan saw that his sister looked tired, so he did not suspect anything. "Then go to my lounge and sit for a while. I'll ask someone to send you home later." Gu Xingyin nodded. Chapter 37. Miss Cheng, I've heard a lot about you. A young man walked toward Gu Xingyin with a glass of red wine. Gu Xingyin smiled at him, picked up the cup in his hand, and took a sip. After sending the man away, Qing Shiji looked around and found an inconspicuous corner to sit down. This banquet was to celebrate the collaboration between the Qing group and the Yuan group on a big project. The Yuan group and the Qing group were giants in Hua City's business world. Almost all the famous people in Hua City's business world came to this banquet. As the only daughter of the Qing family, Qing Shiji was naturally favored by countless people. Moreover, Qing Zhenxing was famous for loving his daughter as much as his life. For many young men with average social status, if they could marry Qing Shiji, it was equivalent to climbing up the Qing Corporation's big tree. Gu Xingyin was very annoyed by this kind of flattery. In the previous world, she gave her heart to Ji Yu. As a person who was created, Gu Xingyin's view of relationships was quite simple. Her heart was very small and could only accommodate one person. At this moment, she was sitting in a hidden corner and coldly watching Qingyiru socialize with the guests like a fish in water. As the adopted daughter of the Qing Corporation, although Qingyiru's popularity was not as good as Qing Shiji's, she was still the existence that most people flattered. Qingyiru enjoyed this feeling very much. She remembered the last days of her previous life. Because she had contracted a serious disease, she could not receive guests. Without a source of income to support her living in a high-end neighborhood, she had to move to a dilapidated low-rent apartment. Every day, there were all kinds of curses in various dialects outside the door. Children's cries, the sound of car horns downstairs, and all kinds of dirty and messy environment. It was simply a nightmare. What about now? She was still the beautiful young lady of the Qing family. Her previous life was like a nightmare. She swore that in this life, she would not let herself fall into that kind of situation again. Miss Cheng. A low voice interrupted Gu Xingyin's thoughts. Gu Xingyin raised her head. It was a strange man. She frowned slightly. This man's aura was too aggressive and made people unconsciously nervous. However, Gu Xingyin only frowned. She was the empress in her previous life. What kind of people had she not seen? This man was not enough to make her lose her composure. Yuan Su was a little surprised. When he was young, he had trained with his uncle who was in the army for a period of time. His aura had been honed from real bloodshed. Ordinary people would not be able to withstand it. He did not expect that this delicate little girl in front of him would not be affected at all. Yuan Su raised his eyebrows. It seemed that this Miss Cheng was not as innocent and harmless as she seemed on the surface. Hello, I'm Yuan Su. Yuan Su extended his hand. It turned out that he was Yuan Hang's brother, the young master of the Yuan Corporation. Gu Xingyin understood. Nice to meet you, Mr. Yuan. Gu Xingyin reached out and shook Yuan Su's hand. So slippery. This was Yuan Su's first thought. The warm touch in his hand made his heart flutter, as if he was holding a warm jade. No wonder the ancients said that jade was soft and fragrant. It turned out that such a woman really existed. The two of them did not talk much. They only exchanged a few words occasionally and just sat there quietly. The atmosphere was not awkward at all. Compared to the liveliness in the hall, there was a sense of tranquility. I should go out and give my speech. Yuan Su was a little reluctant to leave when he got up. Gu Xingyin got up to send him off out of politeness. However, she did not expect that her overly long skirt would restrict her movements. She twisted her leg and fell diagonally to the ground. Be careful. Gu Xingyin fell into a broad embrace. At the same time, a familiar lotus fragrance wafted into her nose. Chapter 38. Miss Cheng. Gu Xingyin was dazed by the familiar scent until Yuan Su called out to her. She came back to her senses and quickly steadied herself before thanking Yuan Su. Does Mr. Yuan like lotus-scented perfume? Gu Xingyin asked for some reason. Yuan Su laughed. No, I never use perfume. He nodded at Gu Xingyin, indicating that he wanted to leave first. The people in the hall had already begun to call out his name. Gu Xingyin was left alone in a daze. System. Gu Xingyin's voice carried a trace of anticipation. Do you think it's possible that Jiyu could be reincarnated like me? The system was silent for a moment before saying, in theory, this possibility doesn't exist. But the scent on his body is exactly the same as Jiyu's. Gu Xingyin was a little excited. In the previous world, Jiyu's body also carried the scent of lotuses all year round. When I was with him, I was very sure that he had never used anything with the scent of lotuses. The system did not say anything. He had no way to explain this phenomenon. Gu Xingyin suddenly seemed to have come alive. Ever since she came to this world, her condition was a little strange. It was as if her entire person did not have any vitality. Although she completed the task as usual, it always made people feel that she could not find any reason to persevere. Gu Xingyin was not the system's first host. Before the system, there were several hosts. They were all like Gu Xingyin, falling in love with someone in a certain world. However, after a world passed, their lover died forever, but they themselves were still shuttling back and forth between worlds. After a long time, no matter how strong the host's willpower was, it would be difficult for them to endure. Hopeless immortality was crueler than anything else. Two of the system's first three hosts requested to self-destruct. However, Gu Xingyin was different from them. Gu Xingyin was personally created by that person. In terms of status, even 10 systems couldn't compare to one Gu Xingyin. It was just that she didn't know it herself. Gu Xingyin felt that his body was full of fighting spirit again. She stared at Yuan Su, who was speaking confidently on the stage, thinking about how to verify whether he was the reincarnation of Ji Yu. Oh, right. Gu Xingyin suddenly remembered. On Ji Yu's left shoulder, there was a lotus-shaped imprint. In the previous world, when they were in love, she had teased him that he might be the reincarnation of some lotus fairy. Otherwise, why would he not only have the lotus fragrance on his body, but also the lotus mark? At that time, Ji Yu only thought that she was joking. Other than Gu Xingyin, no one else could smell the lotus fragrance on his body. Then, what about Yuan Su? Does it have the same imprint? Gu Xingyin looked at Yuan Su with burning eyes, thinking about how to take off this man's clothes to verify. After Yuan Su, Qing Buxuan, as the heir of the Cheng's group, naturally expressed his thoughts. Finally, please allow me to introduce my sister, the little princess of the Cheng's group, Qing Shiji. Qing Buxuan looked at Qing Shiji with a smile. It didn't matter that Shiji didn't like business. As her elder brother, he had enough ability to protect her for the rest of her life. However, she still had to cherish her connections and slowly build them up. In the future, they would all be her own wealth. Gu Xingyin stood up gracefully under everyone's gaze. Chapter 39. Qing Yiru watched as Qing Shiji stood on the stage and attracted everyone's attention. The people who had surrounded her just now were all focused on Qing Shiji. It had been like this since she was young. As long as Qing Shiji was around, no one could see her. She dug her nails into her palms. Suddenly, she felt warm. Qing Yiru looked up and saw Yuan Hang draping a shawl over her body. She looked at the handsome man and her heart warmed. This man, whether it was in her previous life or this life, only had eyes for her. For a moment, Qing Yiru's heart wavered. Perhaps, it would be good to let go of the grudges from her previous life and focus on being with Yuan Hang. But when she saw the naked Qing Shiji on the stage, she suppressed this thought in her heart. No, how could she feel at ease if she didn't see Qing Shiji fall into the dust and the Qing family fall? She thought of her arrangements and smiled. Yuan Su stood in the crowd and frowned when he saw Yuan Hang and Qing Yiru being intimate as if no one else was around. Both brothers knew that their family wanted Yuan Hang and Madame Qing to be connected by marriage. And because of his refusal to cooperate, the family had already decided to let the second son, Yuan Hang, marry the Qing family. There could only be one person who could marry the Qing family, and that was Qing Shiji. After all, Qing Yiru was just an adopted daughter. For a solid marriage, a daughter without the direct bloodline of the Qing family was obviously not enough. But Yuan Hang and Qing Yiru were clearly in love with each other. Yuan Su looked at Qing Shiji standing on the stage elegantly like a noble white swan. He couldn't help but feel that his younger brother, who already had feelings for her sister, was not worthy of her. Such a woman should have a lover who loved her wholeheartedly. She deserved to be pampered and doted on the best. Yuan Su shook his head. He felt a little strange that he was thinking about this. He felt that his emotions were a little abnormal these 2 days. Gu Xingyin walked down the stage. She felt a little thirsty and a waiter happened to pass by. She picked up a glass of champagne and took a sip. Gu Xingyin subconsciously searched for Yuan Su's figure, but he found that the man had disappeared. Could it be that he had already left? She suddenly felt a little bored, so she simply found her previous seat and sat down, waiting for the banquet to end so that she could go home with her brother. Why was it so hot? Gu Xingyin sat for a while and felt the temperature in the air rise. No. It was impossible for such a top-notch hotel to make such a mistake. Gu Xingyin quickly realized that the problem was not with the hotel, but with herself. Unknowingly, he had been drugged. She carefully recalled what had happened before. The only possibility was that when she had just stepped off the stage, she had taken a glass of wine from a passing waiter. which was the glass of champagne in front of him. Damn it. Gu Xingyin cursed herself for being careless. She felt the heat in her body getting stronger and stronger. She hurried to the bathroom. He couldn't lose his composure in this hall. Not far away, Qingyiru smiled and chatted with the people around her. From the corner of her eye, she saw Qing Shiji walking unsteadily towards the bathroom. Her lips curled into an ambiguous smile. She apologized to the people around her and walked to the side to pick up her phone. Hello. You can come over now. Chapter 40. Gu Xingyin stood in front of the sink and splashed the cold water on her face. It was useless. Feeling the heat in her body getting hotter and hotter, she took out her mobile phone and wanted to call her elder brother and ask him to come and take her home quickly. The surging tide in her body made her hands a little unsteady. She pressed several buttons before unlocking the screen of the mobile phone and found her elder brother's column in the contact list. Gu Xingyin was just about to dial when the mobile phone in her hand was snatched away by a hand. Gu Xingyin looked up and saw the face of a strange man. She panicked for no reason and forced a straight face and said, "What are you doing? Give me back my mobile phone quickly." The man looked at Gu Xingyin's face with some greed. He received a call from his employer saying that the person was in the bathroom on the 29th floor of the hotel. He was responsible for taking the person away and then, even if he didn't succeed, as long as the woman in front of him appeared in front of everyone with her clothes disheveled, the task would be completed. Not only could he enjoy the luck with women, but he could also get a considerable amount of money. Gu Xingyin saw that the expression in the man's eyes was getting more and more wrong. Alarm bells rang in her heart. Unfortunately, the soundproofing here was excellent. Even if she shouted loudly, the people outside couldn't hear her. She had to say harshly, "No matter who ordered you to do this, that person must not have told you who I am. I am the eldest daughter of the Qing group. You should know what kind of existence the Qing group is. If something happens to me here today, no matter where you run, my father and brother will not let you go." The man paused. The employer did not tell him who the girl was. The Qing group. If what she said was true, Gu Xingyin saw that he hesitated and was happy. She continued to say, "If you leave now, I can promise that today's matter didn't happen. I can pay you double how much the person behind you paid you." At this time, her breathing was unstable. Her body had no strength under the effect of the drug. She had to lean on the sink behind her to not fall down. The man was obviously hesitating. Gu Xingyin called the system in her heart, "If this man doesn't compromise, you have the ability to help me get away smoothly, right?" The system immediately replied, "Don't worry, as your guide, I have the responsibility to ensure your safety when you are not around the mission target." Gu Xingyin no longer had the energy to discuss the scope of this non-mission objective with the system. "No. I almost fell into your trap. Do you think I don't know you rich people? It's good to talk face to face, but the moment you turn around, he'll stab you in the back." The man had clearly made his decision. He looked at Gu Xingyin and said, "It's not a loss for me to enjoy a beauty like you." As soon as he finished speaking, his hand had already reached out to grab Gu Xingyin. Gu Xingyin was wearing a champagne-colored off-the-shoulder evening gown today, and she was already in a precarious situation. System. Seeing that the man's hand was about to reach elsewhere, Gu Xingyin hurriedly shouted. However, the system was not as fast as the other person. A black figure quickly ran over and fiercely punched the face of the man who was imprisoning Gu Xingyin. A familiar lotus fragrance filled Gu Xingyin's body. She suddenly felt very wronged. She turned around and threw herself into the man's arms. Her mouth twitched and tears rolled down. Chapter 41. Yuan Su had no time to care about the man moaning on the ground. He was a little upset at that time, so he walked outside. Just as he was about to smoke in the bathroom, an inexplicable feeling filled his heart. He had a feeling that something bad was about to happen. His sixth sense had been very accurate since he was young, and this special sense had helped him avoid several disasters. Following his senses, Yuan Su walked to the ladies' bathroom. At first, Yuan Su was still hesitating whether to enter or not, but as soon as he put his hand on the door handle, he realized that something was wrong. The door was locked. This kind of bathroom had a separate cubicle inside. Logically speaking, unless the hotel had repaired the door, it was impossible for it to be locked from the outside. The premonition in his heart grew stronger and stronger. Without any time to think, Yuan-su kicked the door open. Then, he saw a scene that made his eyes pop out of their sockets. Gu Xingyin, who had been dazzling in the hall a moment ago, was now being pressed down by a wretched man. Looking at her dazed expression and blurred eyes, it was obvious that she had been drugged. Yuan-su only felt that at that moment, all the blood in his body rushed to his brain. He had never lost control like this before. He punched the man until he couldn't get up. He took off his suit and covered Qing Shiji with it. Unexpectedly, when Qing Shiji saw him, she pouted and threw herself into his arms and cried. The girl in his arms cried so pitifully that Yuan-su felt that his heart was about to be crushed by her cries. Looking at the man on the ground, Yuan-su knew that Gu Xingyin's current state was not suitable for others to see. He leaned over, picked her up, and left. When he passed by the man on the ground, he deliberately paused for a moment and took the phone from his hand. He raised his foot and stepped on the man's right hand. He had seen that the man had used this hand to touch Gu Xingyin. Crack. The sound of bones cracking could be heard. Ignoring the man's wailing behind him, Yuan-su carried Gu Xingyin out. When the people in the hall heard the commotion and rushed over, they only saw a broken door and a man lying on the ground moaning and rolling on the ground. Qing Yiru was annoyed. She didn't expect Qing Shiji to be able to escape under such circumstances. Yuan-su carried Qing Shiji and walked through a special passageway. This hotel belonged to the Yuan family and only a few people knew about this passageway. He brought Gu Xingyin to his private room in the hotel, put her on the bed, and went into the bathroom to turn on the water for her. When he came out and saw the person on the bed, he was stunned for a moment. Gu Xingyin's mind was already in a blur. She only felt that it was very hot, and the dress on her body had already slipped off as she was constantly rubbing and pulling. What appeared in front of Yuan-su was a body that made one's blood boil. She was young and inexperienced, yet infinitely attractive. Yuan-su felt his blood rushing to his head. With his status, there were naturally many women who threw themselves at him, but there had never been a woman like Qing Shiji who could give him such an impulse. Thinking of this young lady's age, she seemed to be underage. Yuan-su cursed himself for being such a beast. He picked her up with a blanket and put her in the bathtub that had already been filled with water. He didn't expect that Gu Xingyin, who was in his arms, would not cooperate at all. In a daze, Gu Xingyin sensed Ji Yu's breath and felt relieved. When she sensed that he was about to leave, she naturally clung to him and refused to let go. Chapter 42. Yuan-su helplessly looked at the little woman who held him tightly and refused to let go. There was a doting smile at the corner of his mouth that even he himself didn't notice. He was willing to be a mother for once. Fortunately, although the drug Gu Xingyin was drugged with had an aphrodisiac effect, it did not necessarily need to be relieved. After Yuan-su bathed Gu Xingyin, her face was still flushed, but it was no longer as obvious as before that she was drugged. Yuan-su took out his mobile phone and called Qing Buxuan. Qing Buxuan's face changed when he received the phone call. He said goodbye to the people around him and left in a hurry. Yuan-su hung up the phone and quietly stared at Gu Xingyin's peaceful sleeping face. After a long time, he leaned over and kissed her forehead. "Little girl, if you provoke me, it won't be so easy to get away." Qing Buxuan almost trotted all the way. The first thing he asked when he saw Yuan-su was, "Is Cece okay?" Yuan-su wasn't so gentle to others. His voice was deep, "She's fine now. If I'm late, she'll be in trouble." Qing Buxuan didn't care about his tone. He leaned over and saw that his sister was sleeping soundly. He could tell at a glance that Gu Xingyin wasn't wearing the clothes that she wore when she went out. His face changed. Cece's clothes? Yuan-su's face didn't change. "When I found her, her clothes were already ruined, so I changed them for her." Qing Buxuan, it was obviously his sister who was taken advantage of, but he couldn't refute it. It felt really suffocating. But the next moment, his mind was attracted by Yuan Su's words. What did he mean by ruined clothes? Yuan Su knew what he was thinking when he saw his expression. Don't worry, Cici is fine. Qing Buxuan, wait, are you familiar with my sister? Cici called him so smoothly. But remember to check her after you take her back. She was drugged with an aphrodisiac. Although she looks fine, it's better to check. Qing Buxuan nodded. He didn't ask Gu Xingyin to get up. He leaned over and carried his sister away. Yuan Su suddenly realized that he was actually feeling jealous about this. They were biological siblings. He watched as Qing Buxuan carried Gu Xingyin and left through the special passage. After all, Gu Xingyin's current appearance was not suitable for others to see. When the two figures disappeared from his sight, Yuan Su retracted his gaze and casually made a call. Hello, in half an hour, get me all the surveillance footage for today. His gaze was cold. No matter who it was, since they dared to touch the person he fancied, they should be prepared to bear the consequences. Once the big boss gave the order, his subordinates moved quickly. In less than half an hour, the things that Yuan Su wanted appeared in front of him one by one. Cheng Yiru. Yuan Su looked at the surveillance footage that was never shown to outsiders. His voice was so cold that it could freeze. Brother, that's impossible. You must have misunderstood Yiru. Yuan Hang looked at the things his brother showed him and said angrily. Yiji is so weak and kind. How could she do something like frame her sister? Yuan Hang didn't believe it at all. He even suspected that Qing Shiji had directed and acted out all of this. Did that woman Qing Shiji say that? Let me tell you, brother, don't be fooled by her appearance. She is a vicious woman. You don't even know how she treated Yiru. Qing Yiru's baptism of Yuan Hang was quite successful. When she mentioned Qing Shiji, Yuan Hang's face was full of disgust. Chapter 43. When Gu Xingyin woke up, she found herself back in her room. System. She called out to the system. What happened after I fainted? The system played a scene in Gu Xingyin's mind. It started when Gu Xingyin was in a daze and ended when Qing Buxuan carried her away. Oh my god. Gu Xingyin wanted to cover her face. It was bad enough that she clung to Yuan Su and refused to let go. She even asked Yuan Su to give her a bath. She felt embarrassed watching the replay. She could imagine how Yuan Su felt at that time. Gu Xingyin decided that she had fainted at that time, so she didn't know anything. However, I still don't know if Yuan Su is Gu. Gu Xingyin was a little distressed. Baby Cici, you're awake? Mrs. Qing pushed the door open and was very happy to see Gu Xingyin awake. Buxuan said that you drank too much. He was afraid that you would feel uncomfortable, so he asked Dr. Jiang to come over. This child, such a small matter made Dr. Jiang come all the way here on such a hot day. Mrs. Qing complained, but her eyes clearly showed that she was very satisfied with her eldest son's behavior. Dr. Jiang was the private doctor of the Qing family. Gu Xingyin understood that Qing Buxuan probably didn't tell Mrs. Qing that she had been drugged. I'm fine. Gu Xingyin quickly got up from the bed and deliberately turned around to show that she was in good condition. Mrs. Qing smiled and said, It's good that you're fine. It just so happens that the two sons of the Yuan family are here to visit your father. You should take some time to get along with Yuan Hang. The relationship between Qing Shiji and Yuan Hang was tacitly acknowledged by both families. Mrs. Qing never thought of hiding it from Qing Shiji. In their opinion, Yuan Hang was handsome and polite to the elders. He was a good candidate for a husband. However, it was best that Cici liked him. If Cici was really unwilling, they wouldn't force their precious daughter to marry a man she didn't like. Gu Xingyin's eyes lit up. Yuan Su was here too. Mrs. Qing saw that her daughter's eyes lit up when she heard her words and thought that her daughter was looking forward to meeting Yuan Hang. She was very pleased. It seemed that they had chosen the right person. Gu Xingyin came to the front hall and saw Yuan Su and Yuan Hang sitting there. Her second brother Qing Qishuan and Qing Yiru were also beside them. Cece, you're awake? Qing Qishuan saw his sister walking downstairs and quickly got up to Gu Xingyin. He reached out and touched her forehead. He was relieved when he felt that there was no fever. Gu Xingyin greeted the two of them. Yuan Su was indifferent to everyone, but Yuan Hang was the opposite. He was somewhat indifferent to Gu Xingyin. Qing Qishuan frowned when he saw this. Qing Shiji, I have something to tell you. Gu Xingyin was looking at a newly bloomed potted plant on the balcony when she heard Yuan Hang. Second young master Yuan, if you have something to say, just say it. Gu Xingyin said indifferently without turning her head. Yuan Hang's tone was not good. Gu Xingyin was not a person who would repay evil with good. My eldest brother said that Iru drugged you. Iru is so kind, how could she do such a thing? Did you say something bad about Iru in front of my eldest brother? Yuan Hang asked. Gu Xingyin straightened up. It was the first time she looked at Yuan Hang seriously since she came to this mission world. He was gentle and could be considered an elite man. He didn't look like there was something wrong with his brain. Why are you looking at me like that? Yuan Hang was a little uncomfortable under Gu Xingyin's gaze. Chapter 44. I'm wondering where second young master Yuan gets the confidence to say these words. Gu Xingyin said slowly, in terms of relationship, I just returned from abroad and only met your eldest brother once at a banquet. Why would first young master Yuan believe the one-sided words of a stranger like me? Moreover, our engagement was tacitly agreed by both families. I don't believe that second young master Yuan is unaware of it. Your fiancé was almost drugged at the banquet. Not only did you turn a blind eye to it, but you even questioned me because of someone else? Not to mention, how could Chengyiru be so shameless that I, Qing Shiji, would not hesitate to drug myself just to frame her? Second young master Yuan, before you speak next time, please bring your IQ with you. Otherwise, I can still explain so much to you calmly this time. Next time, I'll just leave. Yuan Hang's face turned red at her words. Qing Shiji, you. I have an appointment with someone to go for a facial in the afternoon. Second young master Yuan, please excuse me. Gu Xingyin did not even look at him. She really did not like a man who was so easily deceived by women. After Gu Xingyin left, Yuan Su walked out from around the corner. His eyes were shockingly bright. He, Yuan Su, had never seen such a sharp-tongued woman. She was really a damn bewitching woman. She's right. Yuan Hang, you've really been bewitched by that woman, Chengyiru. Yuan Su said coldly to his younger brother. Also, since you already have someone in your heart, I'll personally communicate with father. You're not suitable for a marriage alliance with the Qing family, Yuan Su said. Eldest brother? Yuan Hang was a little stunned. Yuan Su's face darkened. What? You're not planning to have an ambiguous relationship with that woman, Chengyiru, and marry Qing Shiji at the same time, are you? Yuan Hang's face turned red. He really did think so. Anyway, it was just a marriage alliance between families. That woman, Qing Shiji, was just marrying her. Yuan Su only felt a surge of anger filling his chest. How come he had never realized before that his own younger brother was actually such a scumbag? Miss Cheng, we meet again. Yuan Su smiled gently at Gu Xingyin. Gu Xingyin was speechless. In the past 10 days, the two of them had, coincidentally met, 6 times. Hua City was so big, and Gu Xingyin didn't believe that this man wasn't involved in this. What a coincidence, Mr. Yuan. Gu Xingyin was also smiling. Gu Xingyin's attitude towards Yuan Su had been good ever since she found out that Yuan Su was most likely Ji Yu's reincarnation. It's fate that brought us together. Why don't we have a meal together? Yuan Su further extended his invitation. Gu Xingyin naturally wouldn't refuse. The location was chosen by Yuan Su. It was a famous Chinese restaurant in the city, famous for its exquisite dishes and authentic taste. When they went out, Gu Xingyin coincidentally saw Yuan Hang and Chengyiru walking in hand. Yuan Su glanced at Gu Xingyin's expression. When he saw that her expression didn't change, he was relieved. Although he heard her conversation with Yuan Hang that time and roughly guessed that she didn't have any romantic feelings for Yuan Hang, he was still a little worried. Therefore, he thought of ways to let Gu Xingyin see the intimate scene between her younger brother and Cheng Yiru. Based on her observation over the past few days, Gu Xingyin was an extremely prideful person. He was a man who had someone else in his heart. No matter how much she liked him before, there was no possibility between the two of them. Chapter 45. Of course, Gu Xingyin saw Yuan Hang and Cheng Yiru. She was familiar with the plot and knew that the two of them had been together for a long time. However, Yuan Su was still by her side. She turned to Yuan Su and said, "I'm sure Mr. Yuan knows about the relationship between me and second young master Yuan. Now it seems that second young master Yuan likes my sister more." Yuan Su immediately understood what she meant. He was secretly happy, but he just nodded. "Cece, don't worry. The Yuan family will give the Cheng family an explanation." He paused for a moment and said, "Your brother and I are very good friends. You always call me Mr. Yuan. Why don't you call me Big Brother Yuan?" Gu Xingyin said. "Big Brother Yuan." Yuan Su only felt that her voice made him feel comfortable all over. Yuan Su moved quickly. Of course, the parents of the Yuan family were not happy that their son gave up the little princess of the Cheng family and married an adopted daughter. However, they were persuaded by their eldest son. Yuan Hang has someone else in his heart. After marriage, he can't treat Cece wholeheartedly. If something happens in the future, the two families will not be united but enemies. Moreover, Yuan Hang is not the only one who wants to marry into the Cheng family. Yuan Su's mother was surprised. "Haven't you always been unwilling?" Yuan Su smiled. "That was in the past. Now I think Cece is very good." Seeing this, his parents did not say much. Originally, they wanted their eldest son to marry into the Cheng family. However, at that time, Yuan Su firmly refused to marry a woman whose background was unknown. The couple had no choice but to change to their youngest son. Now that Yuan Hang had someone in his heart and their eldest son was interested in the Cheng family's daughter, they had no objections if the Cheng family was willing. However, that Cheng Yiru absolutely could not enter their Yuan family. Yuan Su's parents were used to seeing storms. Cheng Yiru knew that Yuan Hang was engaged to her sister, but she still had an ambiguous relationship with him. The Yuan family could not afford such a woman. This was the world's parents. Obviously, this kind of thing could not be done by Cheng Yiru alone, but they completely pushed the responsibility to her. During this time, Gu Xingyin was preparing for a big event. Cheng Shiji's father, Cheng Zhensheng, turned 50 at the end of the month. In the original plot, Cheng Shiji spent a lot of money to buy a white jade guanyin from a jade carving master. Cheng Zhensheng ordered people to keep it well on the spot and put it in the hall of his house. Cheng Shiji was in the limelight at this birthday banquet. Gu Xingyin didn't plan to change the gift this time. She just put more thought into the selection of materials and the use of materials. She personally checked the workmanship and carvings, making sure that they were the best. Father Cheng's birthday was coming soon. Because his beloved youngest daughter had proudly said that she had prepared a big gift for him, Cheng Zhensheng specially announced that the gifts from his children would be made public in front of all the guests. Cheng Buxuan had always been rich and generous, and his gifts were as expensive as ever. Cheng Qishuan presented an oil painting that he had personally painted. The people in the painting were Father and Mother Cheng. Next was Cheng Yiru's turn. Cheng Yiru had dressed up carefully today. The pure white dress outlined her voluptuous figure, and her slightly curly hair added a charm to her. She noticed that all the guests were looking at her. She couldn't help but glance in Cheng Shiji's direction and clap her hands lightly. Two bodyguards in suits carried something covered with a red cloth into the hall. Cheng Yiru personally went forward and lifted the red cloth. Chapter 46. The red cloth covering the gift was removed, and the item carried by the two bodyguards appeared in front of the guests. There was a burst of exclamations. Yuan Su's face turned ashen when he saw the item covered by the red cloth. The gift that Qing Yiru had ordered was a white jade guanyin. Yuan Su knew that Qing Shiji had been preparing a birthday gift for her father. He also knew how much effort she had put into this gift. He had accompanied her and watched her go to the master in charge of the carving every day. She had personally checked every detail and refused to compromise. However, Qing Yiru had presented a guanyin in front of her, making her efforts of the past 2 months a joke. She had tried so hard to give her father a surprise, but someone else had beaten her to it. With Qing Yiru in front of her, if Qing Shiji presented the same gift again, it would only make people feel that it was boring. Qing Yiru was still saying. This white jade guanyin was completed in half a year by an overseas master I invited. I also specially asked Master Huijing to consecrate it. Your daughter wishes you happiness as great as the East Sea and longevity as long as the South Mountains. The guests praised Qing Yiru's father for having a filial daughter. Qing Yiru's father was also grinning from ear to ear. Qing Yiru smiled proudly. Of course, she knew what Qing Shiji's gift was. In her previous life, Qing Shiji had made a name for herself with a white jade guanyin. This time, she had deliberately presented this white jade guanyin in front of her. Qing Shiji, can you still present the gift in your hand? Yuan Su looked at Qing Shiji worriedly. He was surprised to find that Qing Shiji did not seem to care very much. Qing Shiji was communicating with the system. I was careless. I forgot that Qing Yiru has the memory of her previous life. She clearly wants to use this opportunity to humiliate me. The system did not expect this either. Host, quickly think of a solution. At this time, only Qing Shiji's gift had not been presented. It was rumored that Qing Jinqing doted on this youngest daughter the most. The guests present were secretly guessing what Gu Xingyin would present. Qing Yiru sneered. Qing Shiji, what will you do? If you take out the white jade guanyin that you have prepared, it will undoubtedly be disappointing. I don't believe that you would be able to prepare anything in such a short period of time if you were to change it at the last minute. She was in a good mood and was waiting for Qing Shiji to make a fool of herself. Everyone looked at Gu Xingyin, but she didn't say anything. Qing Jinqing also noticed that something was wrong. He smiled and said, "What's wrong? Could it be that my Cece doesn't want others to see the present that she gave to Dad? Does she want Dad to go back and see it alone?" If Gu Xingyin really didn't prepare a gift, as long as she responded to his words, the awkwardness would be resolved. Qing Yiru gritted her teeth so hard that she almost broke her teeth. Before Gu Xingyin could say anything, Qing Yiru smiled and said, "Little sister, you can't be so selfish. We're all waiting to see what you've secretly prepared for Dad." Qing Yiru's mother looked at Qing Yiru unhappily. Qing Yiru knew that her words were abrupt, but she couldn't tolerate it. Why was it that even if she, Qing Shiji, had made a mistake, so many people would rush to help her out? Today, she wanted to embarrass her in front of everyone in Quanhua City. Gu Xingyin glanced at Qing Yiru. She didn't know why, but Qing Yiru felt that her gaze made her a little scared. She always felt that something was out of her control. Gu Xingyin said, "Since sister wants to see it so much, then I'll embarrass myself in front of everyone." Chapter 47. As Gu Xingyin spoke, people brought things up one after another. Yuan Su took a closer look. These were clearly not the white jade guanyin that had been prepared earlier. Soon, a table was set up in front of Gu Xingyin, and a piece of fine rice paper was spread out on it. It was actually the 4 treasures of the study. What did she want to do? Qing Yiru frowned. In her previous life, she had never heard of Qing Shiji having any achievements in the study of Chinese literature. She was just trying to gain favor with the crowd. She comforted herself and suppressed the bad premonition that rose in her heart. Clearly, many people were interested in Gu Xingyin and wanted to see what she was up to. The Qing family members were also curious. They never knew that their youngest daughter had such a trick up her sleeve. Gu Xingyin didn't care what other people thought. Since she was created, she was proficient in all kinds of skills, whether it was the zither, chess, calligraphy, painting, poetry, wine, or tea. Because she was particularly interested in ink painting, Jiyu had specially invited the famous painting master of the Tianqi dynasty, Elder Baishan, to personally enter the palace to teach her. Later on, Elder Baishan had personally admitted that in terms of attainment in painting, the Empress was on par with her. Raising her hand to brush the rice paper, Gu Xingyin was somewhat dissatisfied. Although she had already had the best brush, ink, paper, and inkstone sent over, in terms of quality, it was still much worse than what she had used in her previous world. However, it was barely satisfactory. She closed her eyes and calmed her heart. When she opened her eyes again, Gu Xingyin raised her brush and began to write on the rice paper. Originally, the guests were just watching for fun and didn't have much expectation. How high could a young girl in her teens be expected to be? Even if Gu Xingyin's painting was only of an amateur level, as long as Qing Jinqing said he liked it, they would still praise it. But soon, their disapproval was replaced by amazement. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, who would have thought that it was the work of a 17-year-old girl? Among the guests, there was no lack of people who had a deep understanding of Chinese literature. As the painting was completed, their gazes changed from amazement to infatuation. As Gu Xingyin finished the last stroke, someone finally couldn't help but shout, "Good!" Many people were still immersed in the artistic conception of the painting. They were displeased when they were suddenly interrupted. When they turned their heads and saw the person who spoke, they immediately swallowed their complaints. "So it's Mr. Da." Someone recognized the old man who spoke. The strokes are gentle but vigorous. The artistic conception is profound and profound. The characters are vivid and lifelike without exaggeration. "Good, good, good." Old Mr. Da said "good" 3 times in a row before looking at Gu Xingyin. "May I know who little friend Cheng's master is?" Old Mr. Da's eyes shone. Gu Xingyin took out the speech she had prepared beforehand. "When I was studying abroad, I met an old gentleman named Baishan. I learned Chinese painting from him for many years." Elder Baishan was Gu Xingyin's teacher. However, it was not in a foreign country, but in another world. Sure enough, old Mr. Da thought for a long time but still couldn't figure out who this Elder Baishan was. It seemed that he was an expert who lived in seclusion abroad. Old Mr. Da sighed in his heart. To be able to teach a student like Qing Shiji, that old gentleman could be called a master of his generation. "Old Mr. Da, this painting?" Someone couldn't help but ask. Gu Xingyin's painting was a birthday painting. The content of the painting was an old immortal with a kind smile holding a peach in his hand. They could only be considered as laymen. When they looked at the painting, they felt that it was very good, but they couldn't tell why. Chapter 48. Mr. Da glared at the person who asked the question with disdain. "I'm the one who said it. What would an ordinary person like you know?" The person looked embarrassed and touched his nose. Gu Xingyin was a little curious. She knew the person who spoke. He was considered a reputable figure in Hua City. How could he be so mercilessly despised by old Mr. Da without any dissatisfaction? Old Mr. Da glanced at that person and said, "Let me tell you this. Even if I personally made this birthday painting, it wouldn't be better than this little friend Cheng's." Hiss. Old Mr. Da's words caused many people to gasp in shock. Who was Mr. Da? He was one of the leading figures in Chinese painting. He had represented China in many international cultural exchange competitions. Many a young man would have been proud of a word of praise from old Mr. But now, Mr. Da admitted that Qing Shiji, who was only 17 years old, was as good as him in painting. Ha 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 ha. Qing Jinqing finally came back to his senses from the news that his daughter had somehow become a master of Chinese arts. He immediately held the painting up as if it was a treasure and looked at it endlessly. Gu Xingyin blinked and acted cute. "Dad, you like it?" Qing Jinqing smiled happily. "I like it. Of course I like it. How could I not like it when my precious Cece painted it?" He said that he would hang the painting in his study and look at it every day. Qing Jinqing proudly looked around and saw many good friends and business partners complimenting him. Many of them even jealously praised him for having a few good children. His eldest son had amazing talent in business and the Qing group had a successor in his hands. His second son was not interested in business and was now a famous painter. His wife had planned to not interfere with his only daughter's interests and hobbies. They would even pamper her for the rest of her life. They did not expect her to have such amazing talent in Chinese painting. Qing Jinqing felt that he had never had such a happy birthday. At this time, no one paid attention to Qing Yiru, who had offered a valuable white jade guanyin. Everyone was expressing their appreciation and admiration for Qing Shiji. Qing Yiru gritted her teeth so hard that they hurt. She had never expected Qing Shiji to have such a trick up her sleeve. She had wanted to embarrass her, but she had ended up helping her instead. After taking one last look at the bustling hall, Qing Yiru turned around and left. Qing Shiji, the future is long. Let's wait and see. Yuan Su looked at Gu Xingyin, who was surrounded by people, and the desire in his heart grew stronger and stronger. Every time he felt that he had understood her well enough, this little woman would always bring him another round of surprises. She was like a gift that had been carefully wrapped. Only after unwrapping layer by layer would one be able to see the beauty inside. However, Qing Shiji was so dazzling that she didn't want others to see her. Yuan Su's eyes flashed with a strange light. He really wanted to lock this little woman up and put her in a place where only he could see her. He wanted her to shine only for him. Gu Xingyin felt a little cold inexplicably. She shivered and looked up in confusion. The weather was good today. She turned to look in Yuan Su's direction. He gave her a gentle smile. Chapter 49. After Qing Jinqing's birthday, Qing Shiji's reputation had spread throughout the upper circle of Hua City. Many madams from wealthy families would intentionally or unintentionally inquire about Qing Shiji's situation when they were chatting with Qing Shiji's mother. When they heard that she had no plans to go abroad after returning to China, they were all full of smiles and began to introduce their sons and nephews. A young lady like Qing Shiji had a good status and good looks. For a family like theirs, these two characteristics were not considered too rare. However, Qing Shiji was someone who had been personally praised by old Mr. Da. Based on this alone, no one else could compare to her. For a business family like theirs, they were already wealthy enough. If they wanted to further their reputation, the fastest way was to find a daughter-in-law who was noble enough. Qing Shiji's mother was all smiles as she dealt with these madams, but her mouth was tight. Their Sisi was only 17 years old. Moreover, there was the Yuan family who had long been in agreement. At this time, Qing Shiji's mother never expected that when she returned home, there would be a huge surprise waiting for her. What do these mean? Qing Shiji's mother looked at the photos on the table with some disbelief and her eldest son who was silent. Qing Jinqing was also sitting there with a livid expression. His chest was heaving up and down. It was obvious that he was very angry. The second son, Qing Qishuan, said, "A few days ago, when Big Brother and I went shopping, we saw Yuan Hang and Iru shopping together. They all grew up together. Originally, it wasn't a big deal, but when they left, they even kissed. Only then did we realize that something was wrong. These 2 days, Big Brother and I found a private investigator in private to investigate. If we didn't investigate, we wouldn't have known that Qing Yiru and Yuan Hang had been together for a long time." The more Qing Qishuan spoke, the angrier he became. In the end, he even called Qing Yiru by her full name. According to the date on the photo, as early as when Qing Shiji was still abroad, Qing Yiru and Yuan Hang were already secretly in love. Pa! Qing Jinqing slapped the table directly and said to his eldest son, "Call Qing Yiru back immediately." Qing Bushuan called Qing Yiru. Qing Jinqing frowned. Don't let Sisi know about this. How could his daughter, who he pampered so much, be dirted by this kind of thing? No need, I already know. Gu Xingyin pushed the door open and came in. She hugged Mr. Cheng, who was still fuming. Dad, I'm all grown up now. I can make my own judgment. Mr. Cheng looked at Qing Shiji carefully and found that there was no trace of anger or sadness on his daughter's face. He was surprised and asked, "Sisi, are you okay?" Gu Xingyin wrinkled her nose. What's wrong with me? Yuan Hang and I aren't officially engaged. We're just strangers who have a good relationship. I don't like him. She paused for a moment before continuing. Moreover, I already knew about the matter between him and my sister. As soon as she said this, the other 4 people in the room were shocked. Mrs. Qing immediately imagined a scene where her daughter found out that her fiancé was having an affair with her sister. She secretly felt sad and refused to tell her family, so she could only bear it alone. My poor Cece, it's really hard on you. Mrs. Qing seemed like she would take out her handkerchief to wipe her tears in the next second. Gu Xingyin, ? What did she say just now? How did she poke at her mother's sore spot? Chapter 50. Gu Xingyin said to the 4 of them, actually, I've long wanted to tell Mom and Dad to cancel the engagement with Yuan Hang. I don't like him. Mother Qing took Gu Xingyin's hand. You child, you should have told your father and me about this earlier. Yuan Hang, that kid is such a scoundrel. This marriage between you and him is impossible no matter what. Gu Xingyin breathed a sigh of relief. She had finally thrown this big burden away. At this time, Qing Yiru came back. She sensed that the atmosphere in the room was a little strange. Her family, who were usually kind to her, had strange expressions on their faces. Brother, why did you call me back in such a hurry? Qing Yiru forced a smile. Father Cheng and Mother Qing didn't say anything. Qing Qishuan pointed to a pile of photos on the table. Take a look for yourself. Qing Yiru walked forward and took a look. With just one look, her face turned pale. It was full of intimate photos of her and Yuan Hang. Yiru, ask yourself, how have your father and I treated you all these years? Even our biological daughter can't be better than this, right? What about you? How long have you been with Yuan Hang? Don't tell me that you don't know that we have an agreement with the Yuan family that he will be your sister's husband in the future. Mother Qing stared at Qing Yiru. Qing Yiru was a little caught off guard. She didn't expect this to be exposed so quickly. Qing Yiru was a little speechless. What could she say? Are you saying that everything in this photo is fake? Since the Qing family dared to take it out, they must have verified its authenticity. I know that Yuan Hang and I have let my sister down in this matter, but when it comes to love, we really can't help it. Qing Yiru's face was pale, and tears fell down. She looked extremely pitiful. Then I want to ask sister, if we didn't find out about this today, how long did you plan to lose control with him? Even if Yuan Hang and I get married in the future, what if you accidentally lose control? Gu Xingyin asked coldly. She wasn't talking nonsense. In the original plot, Qing Yiru and Yuan Hang's relationship was really unclear after Qing Shiji and Yuan Hang got married. Qing Yiru looked at Qing Shiji with tears in her eyes. Cece, why do you think so? When the time comes, I will leave him. It was easy for a beauty to arouse the pity of others. Unfortunately, the people standing here were the Qing family who loved Qing Shiji. When the time comes, you will leave him? I'm afraid that when Cece gets married, you will have an illegitimate child. In the face of someone who wanted to hurt her daughter, Mrs. Qing didn't even care about her usual demeanor and went straight to the point. Yiru's, Qing Shiji to Qing Shiji, Cheng's. Tomorrow, I to you. Qing Shiji, to Shiji's to leave and to Yiru's Shiji's. Qing to Qing, she to Cheng's to Qing to be, SMR. Cheng turned his face away and refused to look at her. If Qing Yiru was fine, he would naturally be a kind father. In the future, he would find her a good family and marry her grandly. However, she shouldn't have coveted something that didn't belong to her and hurt Cece. Qing Yiru walked out of the room with a pale face. Gu Xingyin didn't plead for Qing Yiru. She wasn't a saint. How could she forgive Qing Yiru under such circumstances? Chapter 51. I'll talk to your mom. You can go back to your rooms. Qing Yiru's father looked tired. After all, they had raised their daughter for 18 years. Qing Yiru's father and mother had truly fallen in love with each other. Naturally, they would be sad at this moment. Gu Xingyin walked forward and hugged her parents. Qing Yiru was a scourge to the Qing family. She couldn't let her stay in the Qing family. Qing Yuru carried her bag and left the Qing family. However, she didn't go home. Instead, she stayed in a small apartment that Yuan Hang bought for her. Yuan Hang was comforting Qing Yuru in a flurry. Qing Yuru was crying like a weeping beauty. She didn't look pitiful at all. After asking for a long time, Yuan Hang finally found out what had happened from Qing Yuru's mouth. Of course, what Yuan Hang heard was that the Qing family found out about their relationship. Qing Yuru was loyal and unyielding to their feelings for each other. In the end, the Qing family flew into a rage out of humiliation and chased Qing Yuru out. The Qing family is too much. Yuru, you can stay here for the time being. Don't worry, I'll definitely seek justice for you. Yuan Hang slowly coaxed Qing Yuru. I believe you. Qing Yuru snuggled into Yuan Hang's arms sweetly. Big brother Yuan, why did you bring me out so mysteriously? Gu Xingyin sat in the front passenger seat and turned her head to look at Yuan Su. Today, Yuan Su took off his suit and changed into casual clothes. It made people realize that he was only a young man in his 20s. I'll bring you to a good place. Yuan Su smiled mysteriously. After about half an hour, just as Gu Xingyin was about to fall asleep, she heard Yuan Su say, "We're here." Gu Xingyin got out of the car. Her eyes were instantly attracted by the beautiful scenery in front of her. Large patches of unknown flowers bloomed around her. It made her feel as if she was in another world. This is a private hot spring villa. It belongs to a foreign friend of mine. We never receive outsiders. Seeing the admiration in Gu Xingyin's eyes, Yuan Su was very happy. Welcome, lovely girl. As soon as Gu Xingyin entered the door, she was embraced by a warm embrace. Yuan Su pulled him away with a dark face. Richard, don't mess around. The handsome foreign man winked at Qing Shiji mischievously. Hey. Su said he was going to bring a lovely girl, and I guessed it must be you. You're as pretty as a Barbie doll. What's your name? Yuan Su pulled Gu Xingyin's hand and walked inside, ignoring the guy named Richard. Hey. Hey. Su, you can't just ignore the bridge after crossing the river. I did it especially for you. Yuan Su slammed the sliding door shut behind him, leaving Richard's hopping voice behind him. Ignore him. He's always been noisy, Yuan Su said to Gu Xingyin. The hot spring here is superb. You can slowly enjoy it. The things you need are clean and sterilized. You can use them without worry. I'll be next door. You can call me if you need anything. Yuan Su told Gu Xingyin. Seeing Gu Xingyin nodding her head, Yuan Su walked out with a little regret. Hey, Su, such a beautiful girl is soaking in the hot spring. You actually came here to hang out with a strong man like me. You really don't know how to be romantic. Richard gave Yuan Su a look of disdain, but then he said very proudly, Did I make great progress in Chinese? Yuan Su naturally ignored the last sentence. He glanced at Richard and said, Cece is not an adult yet. Do I look like a beast? Wow. Richard looked at Yuan Su in horror. I didn't expect you to be such a person. You actually laid your hands on an underage child. God, this world is so scary. Yuan Su ignored his friend's habitual convulsions. She will be my future wife, my only partner. Richard's expression turned serious. Are you serious, Su? Yuan Su smiled and said, Of course. Richard snapped his fingers. Then I wish you both happiness. That's for sure. Yuan Su smiled confidently. Chapter 52. Gu Xingyin hadn't had such a comfortable bath for a long time. She went out in a bathrobe. Yuan Su was setting lunch. He saw her and said with a smile, just in time. I was just about to call you. You must try Richard's cooking. His pasta is the best. Richard immediately winked at Gu Xingyin proudly. Gu Xingyin rolled a little with a fork and put it into her mouth. How is it? Is it delicious? Richard looked at Gu Xingyin with bright eyes. It's delicious. Gu Xingyin gave Richard a thumbs up. Richard immediately smiled. I really like you, Cece. After lunch, Richard went somewhere. Before leaving, he winked at Yuan Su, hinting that Yuan Su should seize the opportunity. Gu Xingyin and Yuan Su lay under a flower tree and basked in the sun. Why are you so assured to follow me out? Aren't you afraid that I will sell you? Yuan Su joked. Gu Xingyin smiled at him. I know you won't. Yuan Su felt strange. You trust me so much? Gu Xingyin nodded. I trust you. Yuan Su suddenly stopped talking. There was an inexplicable feeling in his heart. It was a little sour, a little bitter, a little bloated, but it was very comfortable. He knew that this was called being moved. The little girl he liked trusted him so wholeheartedly. In fact, he really misunderstood Gu Xingyin. There were two reasons why Gu Xingyin trusted him so much. First, Gu Xingyin was a little confused because of the lotus smell on him and Jiyu. Second, with the system in hand, Gu Xingyin was not afraid that someone would do something bad to her. Gu Xingyin suddenly stood up and stood in front of Yuan Su. Brother Yuan, don't move. Yuan Su was puzzled. What's wrong? Gu Xingyin smiled slyly. Close your eyes and don't move. Yuan Su was a little confused, but he still obediently closed his eyes. Gotcha. Yuan Su opened his eyes and saw Gu Xingyin putting away her phone with a satisfied smile. There's a flower on your face, Sleeping Beauty. Gu Xingyin teased with a smile, planning to run away before Yuan Su could react. However, the hem of the bathrobe was too long, and she accidentally stepped on it. Aya. Gu Xingyin grabbed onto something beside her out of habit, but she couldn't stop herself from falling to the ground. The floor was covered with a thick carpet. Gu Xingyin did not feel any pain, but something seemed to be wrong. Gu Xingyin stared blankly at the white bathrobe in her hands. Her eyes followed the direction of Gu Xingyin's gaze. This looks like someone's bathrobe. Gu Xingyin secretly swallowed her saliva and looked in the direction of the man. The first thing she saw was a man's body full of strength. Firm 8-pack abs lined up neatly on the man's lower abdomen. They were not exaggerated muscles like those in the gym. The muscles on Yuan Su's body were not exaggerated, but no one doubted the strength contained in those smooth lines. Further up, Gu Xingyin's eyes were still. On the man's left shoulder, near his shoulder socket, a lotus flower was quietly blooming there. Gu Xingyin suddenly felt her eyes warm. She felt that her heart, which had been wandering for so long, finally had a place to settle down. Until a pair of strong hands pulled her up from the ground. Gu Xingyin looked at Yuan Su's face, which was completely different from his face in her previous life. Are you satisfied with what you see? Yuan Su looked at the little woman who seemed to be in a daze and asked in a hoarse voice. Chapter 53. Gu Xingyin hadn't recovered from the fact that Yuan Su was really Jiyu. Yuan Su looked at the little girl staring at him blankly and felt that he couldn't hold it in anymore. Gu Xingyin's lips felt warm. When the two of them left the hot spring villa, Richard gave Yuan Su a thumbs up behind Gu Xingyin's back. Looking at the little girl's blushing face and affectionate eyes, Richard was sure that Yuan Su must have made a move when they were alone. Looking at the situation, the result seemed to be good. Richard touched his chin. Yuan Su ignored his old friend's gaze. After saying goodbye to him, he leaned over to help Gu Xingyin fasten her seatbelt and drove her back to Hua City. Soon, they arrived at the Qing family's mansion. Gu Xingyin was about to get out of the car, but Yuan Su stopped her. Did you forget something? Yuan Su looked at Gu Xingyin seriously. Gu Xingyin blinked and blinked again. All right. She accepted her fate. She leaned over and kissed the man's face. Yuan Su returned her kiss and let her out of the car. This person was really. After Gu Xingyin got out of the car, she secretly ridiculed a certain someone for being indecent. Her hand involuntarily touched the place where she was kissed and a sweet smile appeared on her face. Before Gu Xingyin could figure out how to report to her parents about her relationship with Yuan Su, the Yuan family came. Brother Cheng, it's our second son who has let Cece down. Father Yuan looked sincerely at Cheng Jinsheng and his wife, who didn't look too good. They were good friends who grew up together when they were young, and their relationship had been good all these years. Otherwise, they wouldn't have thought of becoming in-laws. We've already taught Yuan Hang a lesson. Don't worry, Yuan Hang won't do it again. Mother Yuan said. Father Cheng said coldly, we can't give him a second chance. Brother Yuan, let's call off the marriage agreement between the two families. The Yuan couple looked at each other and thought that the Cheng family really meant it. Don't be like that, Brother Cheng. I know Yuan Hang is insensible, but I have another kid, right? What do you think of our Yuan Su? Mother Yuan received her son's gaze and pulled herself together to ask Father Cheng. What's the meaning of this? Before Mr. Cheng could say anything, Mrs. Cheng flared up. It's not like our Cece can't get married. What do you mean by the older brother can't do it? Who do you think our Cece is? Yuan Su knew that things were bad. Mrs. Cheng must have misunderstood his mother. Mother Yuan was also annoyed that she hadn't thought about what she had just said. Thinking about it carefully, what she had just said was indeed a bit inappropriate. Yuan Su looked at Mr. and Mrs. Cheng sincerely. I like Cece, not because she's the daughter of the Cheng family, but also because I feel guilty and want to make it up to her. Uncle and Auntie should know what kind of person I, Yuan Su, am. If I didn't like Cece, I wouldn't have come here with my parents today. I hope Uncle and Auntie can give me a chance to take care of Cece. Mr. and Mrs. Cheng looked at each other. Since when did Yuan Su have such deep feelings for their daughter? Mrs. Cheng hesitated. You and our Cece, Yuan Su's expression didn't change. I fell in love with Cece at first sight. I'm willing to take care of her for the rest of my life. Mrs. Cheng was a little moved. Yuan Su's character and ability were indisputable. She hadn't heard of any scandals about him. He was indeed a good candidate for a husband. Chapter 54. The previous marriage agreement between the Yuan family and the Cheng family is cancelled. Mr. Cheng said. As for you wanting to pursue our Cece. Mr. Cheng saw that Yuan Su's eyes lit up because of his words. I won't interfere in the affairs of you young people. Yuan Su's heart calmed down. Mr. Cheng's words meant that he would not stop him from being together with Cece. Gu Xingyin was not interested in business. She accepted Mr. De's invitation and joined an organization that was said to be the Chinese Classical Culture and Art Association. In the entire organization, except for her, the youngest person was already white-haired. When she first went there, Gu Xingyin was questioned by others. However, after she painted a landscape painting, no one dared to question her anymore. After pursuing Gu Xingyin for a year, Yuan Su finally won the approval of the Cheng family. The two of them held a grand engagement ceremony in the biggest hotel in Hua City. Gu Xingyin was living a carefree life now. She flew abroad several times a year to attend international cultural exchange meetings. She was very free on normal days. Yuan Su pampered her and had a look that said, whatever Cece does is right. Even the Cheng couple who loved their daughter as much as their life could not stand her behavior. They said that it was fortunate that they were in today's society. If they were in ancient times, Cece would be a femme fatale. Gu Xingyin could only retort in his heart, of course not. Even in ancient times, Jiyu was a virtuous and wise ruler. I'm not a femme fatale. I'm a virtuous queen, okay? Hello, I'm looking for Mr. Yuan. Gu Xingyin carried a shopping bag to the front desk of the Yuan group. Today was Mrs. Yuan's birthday. She promised Mrs. Yuan that she would accompany her to the Yuan family's main house for dinner after Yuan Su got off work. The front desk was a very beautiful lady. However, Gu Xingyin did not look familiar. She should not have seen her before. Madam, do you have an appointment? The lady at the front desk smiled brightly. Gu Xingyin shook her head. No. You can tell your general manager's secretary that Qing Shiji is here. She knows. A trace of impatience flashed across the pretty receptionist's eyes. The Yuan Corporation was a big business and there were many people who came here to ask for help. She had only been working here for a few days, and she had seen many people looking for an excuse to get close to the general manager. "I'm sorry, madam. If you don't have an appointment, I can't inform you." That kind of person was not someone she could casually come into contact with. Gu Xingyin naturally saw the disapproval in the receptionist's eyes. She sighed inwardly and did not intend to make things difficult for her. She turned and walked to the rest area, took out her mobile phone and called Yuan Su. "I'm downstairs at your company." Yes, the newcomer doesn't know me." "Okay, bye." Gu Xingyin hung up the phone and waited for Yuan Su to send someone to pick her up. "Miss Cheng." Gu Xingyin looked up. It was a director of the Yuan Corporation. "Mr. Zhang." Gu Xingyin stood up and shook hands with him. "Miss Cheng, why don't you go up?" Director Zhang asked curiously. The receptionist saw that the director, who was usually high and mighty, was kind to the strange woman and even greeted her personally. She knew that things were not going well. At this moment, she was afraid that Gu Xingyin would take the opportunity to complain about her. Then, the position she had fought so hard for might be gone. Gu Xingyin just smiled and said, "I'm a little tired. I plan to rest for a while before going up." Director Zhang smiled understandingly. He still had something to do, so he said goodbye and left. The receptionist was about to apologize to Gu Xingyin when she saw a man walking toward Gu Xingyin. Chapter 55. Yuan Su strode over to Gu Xingyin and took the things in her hands. "Come to my office for a while. When I'm done with my work, we'll go home together." Yuan Su held Gu Xingyin's hand and went to the front desk. "Miss Cheng is my fiancée and my future wife. If you see her in the future, just let her in." The lady at the front desk nodded hurriedly. She only heaved a sigh of relief when the two entered the elevator. At this time, another colleague who had left for a while came back. The lady at the front desk quickly told her what had happened. "You actually stopped Miss Cheng?" The colleague's eyes widened. "God! You don't know that the general manager and Miss Cheng are famous for their good relationship. Luckily, Miss Cheng has a good temper. If it were someone who was calculative, you wouldn't even have a place to cry." The lady at the front desk noted this in her heart. From then on, she treated people more carefully and made some achievements in her work. Gu Xingyin's life was good, but Qingyiru was not so comfortable. After being chased out of the Qing family, Qingyiru had no source of income. Although she had some savings, she couldn't resist her extravagant habit. Soon, Qingyiru used up all her money. She tried to go out and find a job, but she had been raised as the eldest daughter of the Qing family. How could Qingyiru tolerate the strife in the workplace? Originally, Yuan Hang often came to see her and provided her with living expenses. But after Yuan Hang's behavior was discovered by the Yuan family, they forcibly restricted his actions and even cut off his source of income. Qingyiru began to live a tight life. She finally couldn't resist and started to meet some rich people in society. "Pa!" Yuan Su threw the things in his hands in front of Yuan Hang. "Take a look for yourself. This is the Qingyiru you must marry." The main character in the photos was Qingyiru. The difference was that the men who appeared next to her were all unfamiliar faces. And they were clearly not the same person. Qingyiru was intimate with those people in the photos. It was obvious what their relationship was. Yuan Hang was furious, but he still insisted. "Impossible. Iru can't be this kind of woman." Yuan Su was both annoyed and amused by his brother's stubbornness. He pulled him up and said, "Go and see for yourself." Yuan Su drove to the small apartment that Yuan Hang and Qingyiru had bought. "Take a good look at the woman you love when you're not around." The two of them did not have to wait for long. Soon, they saw Qingyiru and a man who looked to be in his 30s walking out of the door hand in hand. The two of them got into the car. The moment the car window was closed, Yuan Hang clearly saw the two of them kissing. Yuan Su looked at his younger brother and saw that his chest was heaving up and down, and his eyes were red. It was obvious that he had suffered a great blow. He didn't say anything. He knew that it was best for him to calm down. Are you coming home with me, or? Yuan Hang closed his eyes. Just send me back, big brother. He was afraid that he would not be able to control himself and kill that woman. After Yuan Hang returned home, he locked himself in his room for 3 days. On the 4th day, he drove out alone. Mother Yuan was a little worried and was about to ask someone to follow him, but Yuan Su stopped her. He's already so old. Mom, you should trust him. He will take care of his own matters. At night, Yuan Hang came home. He looked a little dispirited, but there was a hint of relief in his eyes. Yuan Su knew that Yuan Hang had let go. Chapter 56. Gu Xingyin asked the system, now that Qingyiru has been kicked out of the Qing family and cut ties with Yuan Hang, is my mission in this world almost complete? The system said, not yet, the mission progress bar shows that there's still a lot to go. I suspect that Qingyiru won't let it go so easily. You have to be careful during this time. Gu Xingyin nodded. According to the original plot, Qingyiru hated the Qing family and Qing Shiji to the bone. She probably hadn't given up yet. She contacted her elder brother, Qing Buxuan, and told him her thoughts. Qing Buxuan was obviously a little surprised. He didn't believe that Qingyiru was such a person. Gu Xingyin said coquettishly, it's better to be safe than sorry. Brother, you have to be careful during this time. I've been feeling uneasy recently. I'm afraid that something bad will happen. Qing Buxuan nodded and said that he would be careful. Gu Xingyin called Yuan Su again. Yuan Su didn't object. To Gu Xingyin's surprise, the following days were peaceful. Qingyiru completely disappeared from the Qing family's sight, as if she had really left. However, Gu Xingyin's mind didn't relax because of this. She had a faint premonition that Qingyiru was brewing a big conspiracy in her heart. Until that day, Gu Xingyin received a call from her elder brother, Qing Buxuan. Cici, you're right. Our cooperation plan with Dingxing International has been leaked. There was still a trace of disbelief in his voice. Gu Xingyin wasn't interested in the business world, but she often saw news about this project on TV. The cooperation between Dingxing International and the Qing Group could be considered a strong combination in the field of cutting-edge technology. The Qing Group had invested almost 80% of the group's working capital in this project. At this time, the project was leaked. In the original plot, it was also this time that the cooperation project with Dingxing International was leaked by the Qing Corporation. Not only did the Qing Corporation suffer heavy losses, but they were also sued by Dingxing International. Both parties were involved in a lawsuit that lasted for several years. This incident also became an important point that dragged down the Qing Corporation. Big brother, are there any major problems? Gu Xingyin's voice was relatively calm. She believed that with her caution, after she reminded him, he would definitely have the corresponding protective measures. Well, since I listened to your reminder last time, I've been keeping an eye on it. The one that was leaked is just the information that was invalidated before we changed to the heyday. Even so, Qing Buxuan still felt a chill in his heart. The little sister that he had loved for 18 years, Cici, it's better for you to come to the company. Since they want to cause problems for Cheng's group, I'll beat them at their own game. Let's see how many people in the company are still loyal to Cao Cao. It's time to clean up the company. Qing Buxuan's voice was cold. Gu Xingyin gave his brother a thumbs up in his heart. She changed her clothes and drove out. Before she left, she called Yuan Su. Gu Xingyin looked at the black Buick in the rearview mirror and frowned deeply. Something was wrong. Not long after she left the house, the car had been following her. Gu Xingyin initially thought that it was just a coincidence. However, after she deliberately took several detours, the car was still steadily following behind her. This was abnormal. Gu Xingyin began to speed up. Thanks to the system, her driving skills were enough to be called cool. However, the driver behind her was not easy to deal with. The two cars set off a silent competition in the long traffic. Oh no. Gu Xingyin saw an off-road vehicle in front of her rushing towards her at an extremely abnormal speed. Chapter 57. It turned out that the real backup plan was here. She was just avoiding the pursuit from behind. It was too late to turn around now. Gu Xingyin silently called the system in her mind. System, I'm counting on you. Bang! The airbag popped out instantly and Gu Xingyin lost consciousness. Qing Buxuan held an emergency shareholders meeting and waited for a long time, but his sister did not come. His phone rang. Qing Buxuan glanced at it and saw that it was Yuan Su. Buxuan, is Cici there yet? Yuan Su's low voice came through. Qing Buxuan frowned, not yet. He looked at the watch on his wrist. Normally, Cici should have arrived at this time. Yuan Su hung up the phone and frowned deeply. Cici's phone was not answered. At this time, the TV screen was broadcasting an emergency news. Hua City time, 13:04, a car accident occurred under the North 2nd Ring Road viaduct. The car involved was a military off-road vehicle. The driver was suspected to be drunk driving. The other car involved was a red Ferrari. Yuan Su could not hear the rest of the words. His eyes were locked on the car on the screen. He was very familiar with the car. It was Cici's birthday gift 2 months ago. When Yuan Su arrived at the hospital, Gu Xingyin had already been sent to the emergency room. How is she? Yuan Su grabbed a nurse who was in a hurry. The nurse looked up impatiently. She was about to say something when she was frightened by the man's horrifying face. The man in front of her looked very calm, but his eyes were bloodshot. The surging madness in his eyes seemed to be about to go out of control. The nurse felt that the man was going to go crazy in the next second. She felt that her throat was a little dry. She swallowed her saliva and carefully worded, "The patient has just been sent to the emergency room. The current diagnosis is 4 broken ribs, a comminuted fracture of the right hand, and part of the sternum is broken. Whether the broken bones have pierced the thoracic cavity remains to be checked," the nurse said carefully. Seeing that the man with the scary aura did not move, she hurriedly left. Yuan Su stood there alone. The nurse's words echoed in his mind. For broken ribs, right hand comminuted fracture, sternum shattered, his Cici was so weak and delicate. She should be held in the palm of someone's hand. How could the Cici who should be loved and pampered endure this kind of pain? Yuan Su felt a dull pain in his heart. He hated himself for not being able to replace the person in the emergency room. At this time, the Qing family also rushed over. How is Cici? Mrs. Qing asked. Yuan Su's voice was low and hoarse. He's still in the emergency room. We'll have to wait for the doctor to come out. Mrs. Qing leaned weakly against her husband and tried her best to cover her face with her handkerchief to stop herself from crying. Qing Buxuan walked to Yuan Su's side and patted his friend's shoulder. Cici will be fine. He could see that this man was on the verge of collapse. Yuan Su looked at his friend. Where's the driver? Did you find it? Qing Buxuan nodded. Yuan Su's voice was cold. I don't believe this is a simple drunk driving accident. That person, find a way to make him talk. Qing Buxuan's voice wasn't any calmer than Yuan Su's. Don't worry. If this is man-made and I find out who did it, I'll definitely make her regret being born into this world. The lights in the emergency room were on for a few hours. Doctor, how is the situation? Yuan Su asked. The doctor looked at the faces in front of him that often appeared in the financial news. He also knew that the person lying in the emergency room at this moment was not simple. The patient is out of danger. His body is not particularly damaged, but the injury is too serious. I'm afraid that he won't be able to withstand too much force in the future. For a moment, everyone was silent. Chapter 58. When Gu Xingyin woke up, she felt pain all over her body. System, didn't I ask you to help me? She contacted the system. The system was silent for a moment. You were hit by a military off-road vehicle at high speed. This injury is considered very light. I have tried my best to avoid leaving any sequelae on your body. If the injury is too light, you will be rejected by the rules of the world. Gu Xingyin was speechless. It was really tiring to have such a serious and dedicated system. Cici, are you awake? Gu Xingyin heard a familiar voice as soon as she opened her eyes. Yuan Su's face appeared in her sight. His hair was slightly messy and his eyes were bloodshot. Obviously, he did not have a good rest these days. Yuan Su rang the bell to ask the doctor to come over. He asked nervously, "Do you feel uncomfortable anywhere?" Gu Xingyin wanted to shake her head, but when she thought of Qing Shiji's character, tears quickly accumulated in her eyes and her small nose wrinkled. Yuan Su, I'm in pain. Gu Xingyin's red eyes and crying in pain almost crushed Yuan Su's heart. He was in a hurry to comfort her, but he did not dare to touch her easily. He had to be clumsy like coaxing a child. Cici, be good. It won't hurt anymore soon. The doctor came quickly. After checking Gu Xingyin, he was relieved that the patient was all right. According to this trend, she would soon recover. What followed was a long period of recuperation. Yuan Su directly changed his office location to the hospital. Every day, his secretary would bring important documents for him to review and sign. The rest of the time, he was taking care of Gu Xingyin. I don't want to drink this soup, Gu Xingyin said coquettishly. These days, there were all kinds of bone soup every day. Gu Xingyin only felt that she was going to vomit whenever she smelled the bone soup. Yuan Su was very patient. This is the last time. Don't drink this tomorrow, Gu Xingyin said. It's the last time. Yuan Su looked at Gu Xingyin with a gentle expression as she reluctantly finished the entire bowl of soup. The left hand behind his back was covered in blisters. Everyone could see Yuan Su's care for Gu Xingyin. Every time the nurse in the hospital talked about Yuan Su, her face was full of longing. There aren't many handsome and rich men, but he treats his fiancée so well. I want a man like him too. The head nurse immediately poured a bucket of cold water. But his fiancée is also beautiful and rich. Stop dreaming. Have you checked the patient in room 20? Even Mrs. Qing secretly sighed with her husband. At first, I was worried that Yuan Su was too old for us to cherish. I was afraid that there would be a generation gap between the two of them and that they wouldn't be suitable for each other. But now that I see him like this, I'm relieved. What else is more important than a man putting you in the heart of his heart? Gu Xingyin once asked about her brother's company. Qing Bushuan only told her to rest well and not to think too much. Don't worry. The Qing Corporation is fine. What you need to do now is to take good care of yourself. Dad and Big Brother are in the company, so you don't have to worry. What about the culprit of this car accident? Gu Xingyin asked. She had a feeling that this was not an accident. Qing Bushuan paused for a moment. I have already found the culprit. Don't worry, Big Brother will definitely seek justice for you. He didn't mention the culprit's information. After leaving the room, Qing Bushuan looked at Yuan Su, who was waiting for him. Did that person say anything? Yuan Su asked. Qing Bushuan nodded. It's Cheng Yiru. Chapter 59. Yuan Su's eyes seemed to be laced with poison. Keep that woman alive. I must make her regret what she did today. Gu Xingyin only felt that Yuan Su seemed to be a little busy these 2 days. In the past, he used to accompany her in the ward all day long. Recently, he always disappeared after lunch and only came back after dinner. When she asked, he just said that the company was busy recently. Cici, Yuan Su's expression looked a little hesitant. What's wrong? Gu Xingyin asked with a smile after eating the fruit that Yuan Su had peeled. Yuan Su looked at Gu Xingyin's pure smile, closed his eyes, and said harshly, the doctor said that your right hand may not be able to hold the paintbrush anymore. Yuan Su looked at him. When she heard this, her face suddenly turned pale. After a while, she smiled at him. Under those circumstances, I just couldn't paint anymore. I feel that the heavens were already very kind to me. Although she said so, Yuan Su clearly saw that Cici's left hand was holding the fruit so hard that the knuckles were white. Yuan Su felt a little sour in his eyes. He knew very well how much Cece liked to draw. She said so just to comfort herself. Yuan-su suppressed this heartache in the bottom of his heart. When dealing with a certain woman, his means were even more excessive. Ah! Cheng-yiru let out a scream. The bones of her right hand were crushed one by one. Yuan-su looked at her with red eyes as if he was looking at a dead person. What's wrong? Does it hurt? It doesn't feel good to have your fingers broken, right? His Cece was more painful than this. Cheng-yiru had been tortured during this period of time. She was really afraid of Yuan-su, the devil. She also regretted countless times that she provoked Qing Shiji and Yuan-su. I was wrong, I was really wrong. Cheng-yiru's tears and snot flowed. She repented over and over again. I apologized to Cece. I let her down. I deserve to die. You don't deserve to call her Cece, and you don't deserve to apologize to her. Yuan-su looked at her indifferently. People like you don't deserve to appear in front of Cece and dirty her eyes. Treat her well. Yuan-su ordered the people around him and left without looking back. He took a shower and changed into a new set of clothes. After making sure that there was nothing wrong with his body, he went to the hospital. Yuan-su stared at the woman sleeping soundly on the bed for a long time. He only felt that looking at her like this, the tyranny in his heart slowly calmed down, leaving only peace. Cece, he said her name softly with incomparable longing and kissed her forehead with great care. After lying in bed for 3 months, Gu Xingyin was finally allowed to leave the hospital. At this moment, she finally understood the feeling of a bird that had just been released from its cage. Yuan-su bought a bouquet of flowers early and stood there to pick her up. After the car drove for a while, Gu Xingyin found that something was wrong. This is not the way home. Gu Xingyin was puzzled. This road did not lead to the Qing family or the Yuan family. Yuan-su's expression did not change. Don't go home first. There are more important things to do. Before Gu Xingyin could figure out what more important things than going home was, Yuan-su stopped the car. Then, he took Gu Xingyin's hand and led her to a place. Gu Xingyin opened her mouth wide and looked at the bright words, General Administration of Marriage Registration. You. Gu Xingyin was obviously shocked. Yuan-su looked at her softly. Cece, let's get married.